Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Community Infrastructure Service Committee. There are many items on the agenda today, and along with numerous delegations. I would appreciate and remind all members of committee that we stick to questions that are of relevance in order to remain on schedule. And I would kindly like to ask at the committee's insistence whether or not, if being that we have 10 delegations, that we limit our comments to delegations to one each from each councillor. I'm just going to want to gauge everyone's appetite on that. I'm at your mercy, whatever decision you guys wish to proceed with. Questions? Yeah, one question per delegation, per council, per committee member. Do we have a consensus to that? Is that okay, or does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, then that's how it will be. Okay. As for the delegations registered this afternoon, thank you for your attendance. And pursuant to Council's procedural bylaw, delegations are permitted to address the committee for a maximum of 5 minutes. In order to ensure we as a committee remain on top, I will kindly remind each delegate to their last 30 seconds point to wrap up their presentation. Yes, I will do consent items. So I just wanted to bring that out because there is many delegations. We have 10 delegations. And so the first item on the agenda are the consent items. And I think we'll go one by one on each of those ones who have questions on those. So do we have any questions on consent item number 1? Councillor David will move them. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I don't, I'm really not sure how to ask a question on this. My concerns is, are there any problems that have not been corrected? I want to just make a comment here. There's a 47-page report that's under the consent items. It seems to me there's an awful lot of information there, or is there? You know, are we, and it's all to do with water, drinking water? Is that what the report is on?
Ms. Houston?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just point out that item number 1 is receiving reports from other municipalities that are part of our overall water distribution system. So there are other municipalities' reports that we're asked to receive. It's part of our regulation requirement. And I would suggest if you have any detailed questions about item number 1, staff will be here later this afternoon for item number 10, so they could answer any detailed questions that you have on that one.
What's the difference between item number 1 and item number 10? That was another...
Item number 1 relates to the City of Waterloo and...
Well, I'll leave it till we get till 10. Okay, can we just leave this till we do 10?
Till 10? Item number 1? Okay, we'll move that separately, I guess. Councillor Singh, question on consent item number 1?
No, are we going one by one? I just
okay, so
want number 3 to be voted separately due to a conflict. That's all.
Pardon me?
Number 3.
Number 3?
Yeah, my parents own real estate on that street.
Okay. So you're on item number 1, Councillor Romanovich, or item number 2?
No, my question's on item number 6.
Item number 6? Okay, I'll get back to you on that because I want to go one by one. So any questions on item number 2? 3? Councillor Urbanich has moved, Davey has moved them. Item number 4? 5? Okay, 6, Councillor Urbanovich.
I noticed there's a letter on our desks with respect to item number 6 and Pandora Crescent from a delegation, from I guess one of the residents suggesting or asking, is it possible to look at temporary parking bans in when snow conditions are such so as to address the concerns on the street. I don't know if that's been looked at by staff or the ward councillor, but if we can get any input on that, that would be helpful.
Justin, go ahead.
Through the chair, my interpretation of the request would make it somewhat challenging to determine when parking would be allowed or not. As you're aware, there's a parking restriction during snow events that would apply in any circumstance. Given the nature of this winter, we could defer this decision to see and resurvey next year to see if the issue is just a one-off this year or if it's something that's consistent that's happening with the residents. The results of the survey also did indicate that the majority of residents on the street do support the permanent ban for the winter.
Okay, and yeah, and that would then address the issue. Like some cities, I think, do sort of create periods of time when they do bans. I think Hamilton actually may be one, Toronto as well. I know you came from Hamilton. Can you speak to that experience, and is that something we should be looking at in the future?
Through the chair, the ban is similar to what we have in place for a snow event. In Hamilton and other places, those streets are just signed that there's no parking during a snowstorm instead of all streets being restricted to parking. So it's somewhat similar, except it's only related to certain streets in those cities that do restrict parking during snowstorms, whereas Kitchener restricts on all streets.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, actually, I have a question. I don't have anything on 6, but I have a small question on 5.
Okay, go proceed.
No, on 5, we're moving things because Grand River Transit wants a new bus stop. Why isn't the region? I know there's a cost involved. Why doesn't the region pay for that cost out of their LRT budget?
Justin?
Through the chair, the cost is fairly minimal. We could request that the region pay for that as part of their process, but the cost outlined in the report is $200.
That'll give us $200 to give to a donation here, grant.
Okay. Councillor
when you-
Galloway-Seelock? Or you have further
No, I have a question on 7.
on 7? Okay.
Mine's on 6.
Yours on 6? Okay, we'll get back to you, Councillor Gazzola. Go ahead, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my question is just with respect to 6. My concern is that there's no parking anywhere in that area then, right? Basically, we're putting no parking anywhere and offloading it onto East Avenue or further down Pandora is probably going to annoy the neighbors down there. Was there any thought or consideration given to even just a 30-minute stopping regulation that could, or parking, I guess it wouldn't be stopping, but parking, because one of the things that the resident outlines, you can't really even park there if you just want to shovel your driveway. Would that be something that's permitted under this new regulation, or is that something we can look at?
Through the chair, that would not be permitted under this restriction, but we could look at providing an option for that, or potentially 1 or 2 spots on the street that could be utilized.
Okay, I think with respect to this one, just because unless the ward councillor wants to speak to it, and I'll hold off if the ward councillor doesn't want to agree, but I'd like to move deferral of this until either next winter or until we can gauge from the residents whether or not a 30-minute or a couple parking spaces on that street would help alleviate some of the concerns.
Councillor Glenn Graham?
I think that makes sense to put a couple of spots on the street that would be available for temporary parking for snow clearing, that kind of thing. I would like to see this move forward and then us check in, because we did have 75% support this. So if we could do temporary parking for a couple of spots, that I think would be helpful. Can we bring this back in a couple of weeks? Can we defer this to 2 weeks from now until council? That would be my
Can you move that as
recommendation.
your recommendation? Okay, Justin?
Yeah, there should be no problem if that's council's wish to defer.
Okay. Item number 7, Councillor Gazzola.
I have no question. I just want to make a comment
Okay.
that I know there's some feeling around the horseshoe of problems with traffic calming measures. It's amazing to see how much the speeds have reduced in this area because of traffic calming. I think they've reduced anywhere from 20% to 36%, which is a substantial change, and it shows that it's doing what they should be doing.
Okay, thank you. Consent item number 8. Any questions on that one? Okay, so we will move item number 3 due to a conflict from Councillor Singh. So all those in favor of that consent item? Opposed? Carried. Item number 6, we will move for the deferral till next council meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And the remainder of the report, consent items minus consent item number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And just to note that consent item number 1 will be referred to in item number 10. So with that, we will be going on to discussion items on the 2014 Community Grants Tier 2. Ms. Kathleen Woodcock would have a presentation for us. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are pleased to be here today to provide committee with the recommendations of the Peer and Staff Review Committee for the Tier 2 Community Grants Program. Today's report provides details regarding the 2014 Tier 2 grant requests, the process used to evaluate those requests, and the results from that evaluation and assessment. As indicated in the report, this year the City received 67 Tier 2 applications. To put that number into context for Council, the average number of Tier 2 grant applications that we've received over the past 5 years was 43. That's 24 fewer applications than we received this year. Looking at it another way, the total value of the Tier 2 grant applications we received this year was roughly $580,000, which is approximately $177,000 more than the average total request received over the past 5 years. Now, over the past 6 years, the amount of funding for the Tier 2 grants has increased by approximately $75,000. However, as Council considers the 67 total applications for Tier 2 funding this year, worth a total of $580,000 in grant requests, it's important to keep in mind that the approved budget for Tier 2 grants this year is only $175,595. This year, the Grant Application Review Committee, which is made up of citizen volunteers and staff, met on 5 occasions for a total of approximately 15 to 18 hours to review all of the applications in detail and in context with one another. Additionally, individuals on the committee also spent their own time reading and reviewing all the 67 applications in preparation for those meetings. The recommendations before you today are a result of that very detailed review. Using the Council-approved assessment criteria for Tier 2 grant applications and recognizing the limited funding available for Tier 2 grants this year, in some cases the Review Committee is recommending a grant request be turned down or that Council approve a request at an amount less than was requested. The recommendations put forth by the Review Committee are based on a variety of factors, such as the quality of an application, alignment with the stated goals and criteria for Tier 2 grants, the financial strength of a requesting organization, whether or not an event or program is free or ticketed, and whether or not they are volunteer or staff run. We recognize that all of the applications received represent absolutely wonderful work being done by volunteer groups in our community. Unfortunately, given the significant number of Tier 2 grant requests and our limited budget, the reality is that not all applicants could be satisfied by the committee's recommendations to Council. We have 10 appeals to the review committee's recommendations this year, and those groups, as you know, are here today as delegations. Staff has met with the majority of the delegations to provide them with some feedback on their application and to provide some clarity to the group regarding the rationale for the review committee's recommendation. As you know, the Tier 2 Community Grants Program is a group effort of community volunteers who provide a very diverse community lens that helps to balance the committee's discussions and conclusions. Thanks to Don Bourgeois, Marcia Huber, and Steve Ramnath for their contribution this year. And city staff, who provide invaluable expertise from their relationship building with many of the groups and their collective knowledge of the grants process. And thanks to Deb Campbell, Bob Shane, Renata Wilms, Sylvia DiDonato, and Jeff Young for their contribution this year. The diversity of knowledge and expertise of this group, as well as the detailed review of each application package, ensures that each application is considered in context with all other applications when determining which grant requests should be recommended for funding. And staff are here to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Woodcock. We have no questions at this time for staff. So we'll proceed with the delegations. Just want to make a note to committee that we do have some brochures and some literature from various organizations for you to look at what presentations. Sure.
Sorry, if I may, just one quick question of staff as we look at these grants. Some of these grants are for events that happen at City Hall and for special events that presumably help animate the downtown and so on. And I guess what I'm just trying to understand is the difference between these kinds of programs where we have community organization partners that want to run programs and are making grant requests versus other programs that are run through the special event area and again with community partners but are funded through the special events budgets. And help me understand the difference between the two, how one get funded one way and others have to look at another funding option. And do we ever have any dialogue with special events to see if some of these things perhaps could fit in under part of their mandate through the work that they in economic development do?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I should inform Council that unfortunately Mr. Young, who heads the special events team, is ill today, so couldn't attend. So we're going to do our best to respond to these questions. The short answer to your question is I'm not quite sure, other than I know that the special events team through Jeff Young is an integral part of the evaluation committee and would have consideration to those types of things as he weeds through and discusses the grant applications with the rest of the committee.
Okay. Well, I guess in the absence of him in more detail, that's what we'll have to go with for today.
Okay. So with that, we will have the first delegation, Nabil Rania from the World Religions Conference. Welcome. Just wanted to give you a quick reminder, you do have 5 minutes and you will be notified at the 4:30 mark that you have 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nabil Rana and I'm with the World Religions Conference and the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat. I have with me a delegation from my organizing committee, the local president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Dr. Muhammad Munawwar, and Secretary Communications, Shafiq Khan. I also have one of our partners from our delegation. He's the president of the Society of Ontario Free Thinkers, Doug Thomas. Now, I had this presentation sent earlier, and we got into a legal thing that we couldn't show it on the projector because there's some pictures. So we have circulated a copy of the presentation to everyone. Now, we have been, the World Religions Conference has been around for 33 years and the city of Kitchener has been partnering from 2005 to 2011. And recently, the city of Kitchener dropped out from their partnership. And for that reason, now we are here to present. We're not here for big funds. Our organization does not solicit funds from other organizations. The only thing we're looking for is partnership, and for that purpose, a token grant from the city of Kitchener, just like we have from the city of Waterloo, Cambridge, and Guelph. Now, a few things that I wanted to highlight about the event is this event is, although called the World Religions Conference, but it is an all-inclusive event where not only all the full spectrum of religions is represented, but also those who do not subscribe to a religion, the humanists, are represented as well. And I will invite my friend to testify on their behalf. It is considered the largest multi-faith event, multicultural event of its type in Canada. And we have, every year, the number of partners from different organizations continues to grow, and at this point we have over 35 partners from the different faith groups and the media groups that are partners of this event. The most recent event, the event is held in has been held in Kitchener-Waterloo for several years, for over a decade. Last year we held it at the city of Guelph, and this year we are again considering Guelph, but city of Kitchener and Waterloo and also Cambridge is still a possibility. We have not finalized that component as of yet. I would like to read a few quotes from some famous quotes. The first one is from the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, and he writes that this is the most attractive and peace-giving principle. It provides the basis for reconciliation among nations and promotes better moral conduct. It teaches us to believe in the truth of all the prophets, wherever they might have appeared, in India, in Persia, in China, or in any other country of the world, for whom God has filled the hearts of millions of people with awe and deep respect, and has caused their religion to be firmly established. The second quote I have is from Mahatma Gandhi in the Sacred Longings. He says that our innermost prayer should be that a Hindu should be a better Hindu, a Muslim should be a better Muslim, a Christian should be a better Christian. I broaden my Hinduism by loving other religions other than my own. That's pretty much it I have for in respect to our appeal. So basically, we're looking for some token grant, not more than a few $100s, and we are looking for the partnership of the city of Kitchener so that we can show it on our flyer and on our posters. And these posters go around, and it's hard to put them if the city of Kitchener's logo is not on there. So I invite at this time, for the last 30 seconds or so, Doug Thomas, can I have a few words to say?
30 seconds or less. I represent a group of people who are essentially atheists. We are humanists, and we are partners of this conference. And we are so because we find it's an opportunity to bring people together to bridge differences and make a positive contribution to the multiculturalism in this community and throughout this area. So we've been a partner for a number of years, and we always look forward to addressing a room of people who are skeptic about skepticism and making friends across those boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay. We do have some questions for you, Nabil. Mr. Regier, are you clicked in for first? Okay. Councillor Gazzola, And before you head, I just want to remind committee again, we're just going to ask the delegations of one question. Go ahead.
I have a question of the delegation that might trigger a question of staff, but to the delegation, you're asking, if I'm not, you're asking for $1,000 cash grant, but if I look at your budget, you have an in-kind grant from the City of Kitchener of $500. I'm just trying to clarify which one it is. That's I don't know if you have. I'm finding that on page 9-3 of the supplemental information. So what is it? Did you want 1,000 or the 500 in kind?
I think it's no, it's not in kind. In kind can only be like in terms of venue or something like that, but it's a cash grant which has to come in order for the city to show partnership. Now, the budget was submitted before last year's event. It's prepared, and so we don't have all the figures. So it might be that we didn't have all the figures in yet at that time. So I don't know if the council or the committee got an updated copy of the new budget, but as I said, we are not looking for, we're just looking for a few $100s of a token grant. We're not looking for any big money. We're looking for the city's partnership for the event.
Okay, this is the updated information.
Well, in staff's report, they say that the grant request could not be considered as the organization did not submit a 2014 budget. But here it is.
The 2014 budget was sent earlier this year. At the time of the deadline of the application, the budget wasn't ready. The event wasn't even held, so we were only projecting it on the base of last year's event.
Just to mention on that, it's in the budget item there. It says it's expected. It's not in there yet. So.
No. On one page it says $1,000. Another page it says $1,000. There it says 500. What is the right answer? What's the right question?
Okay. We'll have Councillor Flanagan-Graham.
I understand you're looking for a few $100s and the ability to put our logo on your brochure. And this is an event that's meant to be not a religious event, but small s spiritual event that's talking about the power of meaning and faith in people's lives. Is that right?
It's a religious event in a way that it includes followers and speakers from different religions, and there are other cultural presentations as well. But it is a secular event in the sense that it is all inclusive. It's not promoting our religion, but it is promoting interfaith harmony, the interfaith respect for each other's faiths, and how to live peacefully. Right. And that's the real goal of the event.
Right. Thank you. At the appropriate time, I'd be prepared to make a motion, so just let me know when that is.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you. I just want to ask a clarification on the other municipalities that you mentioned. So you said that over the last few years you haven't gotten money from the City of Kitchener. Did you get money partnership from the other cities?
Yes, we did. So even for 2014, City of Cambridge has already confirmed $500 in partnership. City of Waterloo is pending. For the previous years, yes, from the other cities, we did continue to get some form of support and partnership. Kitchener, after 2011, 2012, and 2013, the committee had turned it down for whatever reason, and we didn't come to the council either. So, but this year we wanted to make sure, since we did have difficulty, and it also makes it difficult to promote the event and also to show the all-inclusiveness. If there's like 3-4 cities included and Kitchener is not included, and we would like to have Kitchener included as part of it.
I agree. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just from a process point of view, if I can ask one question.
Sure.
Are you intending to deal with each one of these individually as we go along, or are we going to hear from all of them so that we sort of have an understanding of the breadth of the overall ask and then take a series of motions?
I will take some assistance with that from Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my staff's recommendation would be that you hear out all of the delegations and then take motions at the end so that you have a true understanding. If my rough calculation says that there are about $50,000 worth of appeals on the table today, any grants approved in terms of those groups appealing will run as a deficit for 2014. And so I think at the end, if you took any motions in terms of appeals that council would like direction on and reductions in other areas, it would be appropriate to do it all at one time.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree. We'll do it all at one time, but I think we'll take the motion in so that we can capitalize on what that is. Okay.
Yep.
Mayor Zaire.
Thank you very much. Just as a preamble to my question, it was a number of years ago. I can't recall the exact year, but it was probably in the 2010 time frame that we had a discussion around the Horseshoe and had planned a phase out of the support for this organization's event. So my question would be to Nabil, do you recall that conversation coming forward? That and I think that actually Waterloo was on a similar track at the time. They may have changed their position, I don't know. But do you recall that discussion?
Phasing out? No.
We reduced the amount over a couple of years, and then ultimately it was zero. That's correct. And so we haven't.
That part is correct, Your Honor. But the part of phasing out, the reducing the amount was because we were doing the event differently, and then we had a $5,000 grant when we did it in the center and the square in 2005, and then after that we were looking for lesser amount. But I don't recall anything of why should it be stamped out completely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Graham, put your motion on the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just put it out there at this point that I note that there's $1,288 unallocated due to communications. I would support $200 going towards this organization with them having the ability to use our logo for their communications. And if I could just speak to it briefly, I believe that this organization does a lot of good work and that they're looking for a token amount. I support the benefits to the community that they're talking about in terms of the secular aspect of the importance of faith and spirituality in our community and harmony amongst people of all creeds and religions. So I think that does warrant some token support, and that's why I'm moving $200.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Nabil. Next delegation, Duncan Finnegan from the 12 Angry Filmmakers. Councillor Gazzola?
No, I wanted to catch your eye before this next. Is there no way we can deal with this resolution rather than having these people have to sit around for 3 hours that we've got allocated for this? It's a pretty...
Mayor Zaire?
Mr. Chair, they don't have to sit around, first of all. It'll simply be, the vote will be taken at that point in time, and that can be communicated to them. But I think that the advice that Mr. May has given us is wise, that we should be putting it in its context. I do not believe that we should be voting on them now. The delegation does not have to stick around simply to watch the vote. It will be communicated to them. What Mr. May suggested, I think, is the appropriate way to go.
And I agree, because I think if we start agreeing on each one, by the end we'll be surprised on what we totally agree with. So in that way it's kind of taken out of context. So I think the delegations can can, if they want to hear what the recommendation is afterwards, be able to notify staff and get what the recommendation, and they can watch online as well. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Finnegan. Welcome.
Good afternoon. So I'm from the 12 Angry Filmmakers, which is a film collective that we've started here in Kitchener. And I know you might think 12 Angry Filmmakers sounds like a gimmick. It's very much related to film. And we're not hobbyists. Most of the people who are in the group, there's 39 filmmakers of sorts. So there is filmmakers, a good core of the filmmakers are 50%. And the rest of the people are actually people from the community, school teachers, professors, and other people who just work in other industries. Now our aim is to make 12 short films in a short period of time, because we have a guaranteed screening at the Grandeur Film Festival this year. And a big part of this aim is to build a stronger film community. And I understand that the community here isn't that great just now, but you might think that. But last year there's 3 feature films made in this region. And there's a handful of short films being made. So our ask basically is, it's more about support rather than the financial situation. We took a trip to Toronto last week to a company called Dasmo Camera. Dasmo Camera is the second largest supplier of facilities to the industry in Toronto, and they have given us sponsorship. They will give us equipment, and they'll give us top-end equipment. You're talking about $200,000 to $300,000 cameras. They're going to give it to us. Right? So we're not hobbyists, we're experienced people. But with that ask from someone like Dasmo obviously has to have insurance for the equipment, because I'm not going to be responsible for a $200,000 camera. So a part of the funds that we're asking for today is to help cover that. And our aim is to start shooting in April. We have shot one short film already, and that's to do with the transgender community. So our projects are very much issue-based, although we have a couple of comedies in there. So, yeah, and we're not here just as a flash in the pan. We're here for a sustainable amount of time, and that would be for the rest of my life, right? However that is. I am a filmmaker. I've been filmmaking for 25 years. I've also worked in many programmes with the BBC, STV, Channel 5, and many different documentaries. I've had 6 of my feature films promoted worldwide, but not in North America, because no one can understand my accent. So I'm here. Do you understand that? No. Anyway, so, and my problem is Tim Hortons. I can never get a cup of coffee at Tim Hortons. So yeah, so really the amount that we were asking for is basically to help really support. We actually have a Kickstarter campaign just now, and we're looking for $12,000. So if any of you want to go online and check out that, you can. But we're currently doing that, and our deadline for that is April the 13th. We meet on every 13th of the month. We're the 12 Angry Filmmakers who meet on the 13th. That doesn't really make sense, you probably think, but it does, because the 13th really stands out for people. It does. Anyway, and every time we meet, we do a lot of script doctoring. We do a lot of improvising. So we're working towards these projects, not just being, here's a script, let's go make it. No, let's workshop those scripts until they become the best they can be. And we've got 6 green lighted. We've got another 7 projects that we're still working on to get them to a better stage. Excuse me. And yeah, so 39 people within the community who are working strong to push forward. Do we want a studio? Yeah. Because if we have a studio here, we can then build towards that. I'm from Scotland. They haven't got a studio. They've been talking about a studio for the last 15 years. Wales just got a studio. That will help their economy. That will help their economy immensely. Not the north of England just got a studio 5 years ago. They're making millions and millions. So our aim is to look at whatever sectors are in this town. The tech sector, we have theatre, we don't have film, and that we have a lot of great people here. And so a big part of us, what we want to do is basically help that talent stay here. I've been offered a job in Toronto. I don't like the 401. I don't like travelling. So I want to stay here. I have 2 beautiful kids here, and I want to stay in this community. I want to see their faces every day. Thank you.
Thanks, Duncan. We do have several questions for you. Councillor Gazzola?
It's pretty hard to ask one question. Can I ask a question with two parts? Looking at your budget here, you're looking for $12,000 in kind. Have you received that $12,000?
Yes.
You've received the free rental of the equipment and the space. So you've already received that.
Yeah. So we have the Crystal Theatre has been donated to us. The Crystal Theatre is a 500-seat cinema that is just right here, and it's been underused. So as a filmmaking group, we want to basically try and revive that place and bring people from the multiplex to the city. Ed Video, who is in Guelph, they've offered sponsorship with many workshops and equipment. Although the equipment is semi-pro, that's fine because we're going to be making a lot of documentary footage of this process, so people can actually get involved. The other sponsorship, as I spoke about, was Dasmo. Dasmo, that's an understatement when I say $4,000. Dasmo was many thousands above that, but we're just going with 4 projects just now with them. We were hoping to maybe do all of them with them, and they're looking to bring a sister workshop down here. So they're looking to have some facilities here.
Okay, the other part of your budget shows a $6,000 salaries. Who's that salaries for? And
well, now actually that's changed because we've put it down. That shouldn't be there. It should be $4,000 for production. So it's looking at what we would use the grant for. So the salaries, really, we're all volunteering our time. We are sustainable. I shouldn't probably say that to you guys, but we are sustainable because every single person has equipment, they have knowledge, and they have the skills that they're going to share. It's a pay-it-forward system. You do one project, someone helps your project, you've got to help on 2 other projects. So we're all working together to make sure that these films get made. And really, we're doing it every year for the next 5 years, and the parameters will change each year. And we're trying to lead up to the 2016 celebrations as well, because we want to make a feature film that encompasses 3 cities, and they're all going to work together in partnership. Hopefully, that's a plan.
Okay, I have to the reason I have to look at what staff and our committee have said, and they're saying that without the full grant, you could not complete the program. Is that correct?
Not at all.
What if you only got $1,000 grant?
Well, that'd be fine. I'll take $1,000.
Thank you.
Renata, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. If you look at the application, the first page, 931, is a cover sheet, and on that it indicates that the applicant has submitted a revised budget, which is right on the back, 932. The attachment thereafter indicates the original budget that the committee considered. And you will find that in most of the appeals this afternoon, as the organization submitted updated information, because the original application deadline was in December, and there were several changed budgets and revised amounts. So if you look at the cover sheet for each appeal, it will outline the original request, which is what the committee made their decision on, and then the revised request, and quite a few of them have updated financials.
Well, that's where I'm having I'm looking at 938.
That was the page the committee considered, which you're right had 6,000 in salaries, but since then the organization submitted a revised budget, which is on 932.
Okay. But the thing is that the budget on 932 doesn't indicate that they've already received the 12,000.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I may have missed that. Yeah, well, we have received that. I should have included letters of, yeah, I didn't include that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Duncan. So again, more of the funding model question to you guys as well. So if you weren't to get this funding that you're requesting from the City of Kitchener, do you still have capacity to proceed with some sort of a project, or that would be the end all?
No, we do have the capacity to do the 12, because It's more about camaraderie. We're all working together to make sure that these projects get done. Again, I think with what the previous gentleman spoke about was support from the city, you know, whether it be financial or just basically, can I use this space to film a scene? You know, it's like I'd like the red tape to be not less red, more like purple.
So you would welcome some in kind.
Yeah, for sure.
Well.
Oh,
If you don't have the capacity in cash, some use of facilities would be just as appropriate.
Yeah, because the backbone of this project is really economical development, right? We want to develop a job sector for ourselves, you know. And another part of the actual 12 Angry Filmmakers is another group called Actors Anonymous. I work with actors, but I also work with people who are not actors. And the question I always ask is, if you want to be in a film, and you say yes, you can. And we have 80 people in that group who are actually from Kitchener, who are all ready to come out and start doing it, and start acting and so on, and have fun.
Have you connected with any of the institutions, like Conestoga College, with their digital media, or even with the digital media project? The City of Kitchener, through economic development, is pushing that initiative as well.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any links with those?
We had an event with the Film Forum, and I can't remember exactly, I think it was around February. We actually partnered with Conestoga College, and we ran a Film Forum event, and we got a good significant people out to that event to just talk about filmmaking. And there was about 150 people there, so yeah, we're constantly keeping in contact. And one of the things we want to do is work towards an infrastructure, not only for us, but for people who want to just get involved.
Last part of the funding question, are you making any applications, City of Kitchener, City of Cambridge or Waterloo? Or?
I didn't, because I dropped the ball on that. I have 2 small kids at home, and I completely missed that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. And just to make a mental note, I did go there on the city's behalf in February for the film forum. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. Duncan, I wondered, just further to Councillor Singh's question, the Digital Media Studio has space and equipment and collaborators, so have you asked them if you could use their facilities?
I'm in the process. I spoke to Sylvia. I've spoke to Mark. I'm still waiting for confirmation with Mark, because I know that the studio space is really more for students and education. And I'm trying to have the conversation with Mark to open that door to professionals. So if we can have a space within and say, hey, you want to talk to someone who's actually working in the industry, they're right there.
Well, you had to take a course to get in the door, but it might be worthwhile, so that's a good point. And I can understand you perfectly. I think you should be hired for Roll Up the Rim.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you. If I can actually ask, I'll ask a question of yourself, Duncan.
Yeah.
I know you've been doing a lot of work on this, and maybe staff can comment on it as well. But have you had, other than your conversations with Sylvia, any sort of discussions to see how you can roll into our digital media strategy that we're looking to develop from a economic development cluster with ROD or others in economic development?
That's my next move. Yeah, for sure. I've been thinking about that as well, and just looking. Yeah, for sure. I've been looking at that. And that's the conversation I had with Sylvia, and after this process here, that's the next step.
So if I can, maybe as part 2 of my question, ask Mr. Regier is, do we see opportunities within the envelope that you have for developing this cluster to potentially work with groups like 12 Angry Filmmakers outside of this process?
Mr. Regier?
Actually, this is exactly the kind of activity that we're interested in fomenting in the community, and we do actually see a little bit broader opportunity for the utilization of the Kitchener Studio project in this kind of activity. We hope that the studio is not simply limited to student activity. We're working with Mark to make sure that there are opportunities. I think Mark's larger vision is to have the space available for private sector utilization like this. So at the very least, they could support collaboration between students and filmmakers and artists and game developers, etc. Yeah, certainly we see a future for the film industry here, but it does require infrastructure and it does require long-term support. We've just started that conversation here with Duncan, and we're going to continue it. This is a unique proposition for us. We haven't run into a request for sponsorship of a specific production in the past, and so we'll explore some other options, and maybe we can bring back a verbal report at some point in the near future.
Well, then that was going to be my exact question, is if we left this one, I mean, this is all going to come back to council in 2 weeks anyway. Would that give you some opportunity to have some dialogue with Duncan in the meantime, and we can factor that in?
It certainly would, yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to move, Mr. Chair, that we refer this one to count once you're done with questions. My motion at the end of the day would be that we refer this one to Council Day for additional information from staff, as outlined by Mr. Regier.
It's been noted. Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. I'll stick with my one question. This is to the delegation to Duncan. Each of the delegations as they're coming forward, I'm going on to some websites to try to find a little bit more about it. And I see this one that's on Kickstarter, and it talks about you're working on dramatic contents exploring equality and environment. Is that a fair assessment of how you're doing? And are you really working with Kickstarter here, or are they just happen to be following you?
Oh, no, we're just using Kickstarter to raise funds. So, yeah, it's just a platform for crowdfunding. For equality, I used to work at the Multicultural Cinema Club, and a lot of the issues within the city came to me. I didn't ask, but they came knocking at my door. So there's a lot of great stories to be told, but not only stories just because they're entertaining, stories because they have to be told. So really, for our group, it's like, yeah, you can make a superhero movie, but I'm not going to really have much connection to that. I'd rather have a connection to someone who's having issues at home, you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Gazzola, are you going to ask a question to staff?
No, I wanted to move a recommendation because I thought that we should show some kind of support to this organization. It fits in right with what our economic development people are looking at, and for that reason, we need to give them some solid support. If you're going to come back with something in 2 weeks, I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Duncan.
Thank you.
Next delegation, we have Halab Bagarhash and Fazia Mazar from the Coalition of the Muslim Women of Kitchener-Waterloo. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Hala Bargash. The Coalition of Muslim Women of Kitchener-Waterloo is a small volunteer-based organization. We have been part of the Tapestry event for 4 consecutive years. In our projected budget, we committed to raise over 30% of the cash budget, but because of the partial Tier 2 funding, plus lack of Tapestry support, we will have to raise more than 50% of the total event budget. We are doing our best to fundraise, but time is really short. It is very difficult for a small organization like us to raise more than half of the event budget by fundraising only. There is not enough time between now and June. We would really like to focus on planning for the event right now, and adding fundraising at this time will increase our workload immensely. We even thought about cutting down our expenses, and we looked at our budget, and the only option we found was to eliminate the kids zone completely. We're introducing a kids zone this year because of the constant feedback we had from the visitors each year, plus our members. They told us that the kids are very bored. They have nothing to do at our events. And as a mother of two myself, it's really disheartening to not cater to the kids at our events. We really like to keep the children's activities this year. And we're asking for an additional $800 in order to make this possible. We prefer cash, but we'd still be pleased with in-kind. And we commit to raising the remaining shortfall after you approve the $800. So I'd like to tell you that our event has been running for 4 years, and the attendance each year has been increasing. We have a large number of volunteer Muslim women, local Muslim women who are involved in the planning and execution of our event. And the number has increased from 60 local Muslim women to 90 last year only. And these women have reported an increase in self-esteem and confidence, and also their volunteer engagement has helped them feel belonged and empowered. And dear members, did you know that our event is unique in North America and Europe? There is no other event like ours that uses the arts to build bridges between the Muslim women and the larger community. It's really important to this event is very important to us because we believe that it is the best way, if not the only way, to address the stereotypes about Muslim women. Thank you for listening to me, and I'd like to close by requesting that you consider approving the $800, preferably cash, but we'd still be pleased if it were in kind. And we really want to keep the kids' activities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Hala. We do have a few questions for you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's a question of staff. I'm not understanding the request. So after the revised application from February 24th, so staff are recommending $3,300, correct? $1,800 cash and $1,500 in kind, or?
The recommendation cannot be changed. The committee made its recommendations, and we finalized that, and communications were sent out. Okay. Since then, we met with several of the groups who requested feedback on their application, and many of those groups who wished to appeal and who requested feedback provided updated information to answer some of the questions that the committee had. And in this case, the organization has also changed their request. The committee's recommendation of $2,500 has to stand.
Right, no, it's just misunderstood where it said after review committee's decision, but okay, that's fine. I got that. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, looking at your budget and your expenses increased considerably from $2,900 to $5,100 to $5,200. Is there nothing you can do there to make up for this shortfall?
Sister Fazia will answer that.
So last year, when we had a significant cut in our, not cut, but we weren't able to raise the funds that we needed for the event, we ended up cutting on performers honorarium, and we only gave them $100 each for hours and hours of work, of rehearsal and writing the play and everything, and we didn't feel good about it. So yes, you would see on the paper, you would see that the budget was dropped to $2,900, but it was not our actual budget. Our budget was still almost the same, about $5,000.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next item on delegations is Mansoor Ludi from the Pakistan Canadian Association.
Good afternoon. My name is Tariq Chima. I'm the Vice President of PCA, and with me, my delegation is Amir Shahzad. He's the Treasurer of PCA. First of all, I would like to thank you for providing this opportunity to discuss the 2014 Community Grant application for Pakistan-Canada Day that will be held on Sunday, August 31st at Kitchener City Hall. Founded in 1978, Pakistan-Canada Association organized several community events throughout the year, but Pakistan-Canada Day has a lot of significance to us. It provides a chance to experience unique Pakistani culture while interacting with other fellow ethno-cultural Canadians. Also, youth and other community members were acknowledged for their remarkable social contribution and achievements. This event is organized every year with music, dance, and other fun activities for families. It is also a celebration of birth of two great nations, Pakistan and Canada. This event is open to general public with no admission fee to attract Kitchener and surrounding communities. PCA organization and this event is totally run by non-paid volunteers depending on city grant and donation collected. In our application, we requested $2,000 for in-kind grant, out of which $1,000 has already been approved by city. We also requested $2,000 additional cash grant to cover other expenses that make almost 50% of total expenses of the event. Other 50% will be collected from donation and sponsorship. Without this grant, it is very difficult for us to make it a successful event. PCA has been organizing this event and being recipient of the grant for the last 6 years, with generous help of Kitchener City, and we hope to continue this event for many years to come. In the conclusion, PCA believed your mission to provide funding for community service make this project a good candidate for consideration and support, and thank you again for your kind consideration and support to hold this event.
Okay, we do have a question for you. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks, and thank you for coming in today. I've attended your event a number of times in the past, and I know it's quite successful. So last year, the recommendation originally was $1,000 grant from us, and I think you came in and appealed, and you ended up getting $2,000, $1,000 cash, $1,000 in kind.
Correct.
If I'm correct. Do you know how much you end up getting billed from the city actually for the event that you host here?
City, it was 1,000 grant. It was just even.
Okay.
From city.
So there was $1,000 bill from the city and $1,000 grant.
Yeah.
And then your other $1,000 cash you used for other expenses?
Other expenses, and particularly mostly for food. And other refreshments. It was about $1,100.
Okay.
Plus other some sun-dried expenses.
Okay. And I noticed this year you're also getting funding from City of Waterloo?
Correct.
For the first time?
I'm not sure. This is the first time
The 500 grant has been approved last year also from City of Waterloo, and we are anticipating that 500 also going to be provided to us this year. So it has been submitted, but they haven't made their decision yet.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please state your name?
My name is Amir.
Amir? Yeah. Amir, and your last name?
Amir Shahzad.
Okay, thank you. Renata has a question for you.
Through the chair, to clarify, this group did not come last year to appeal. In fact, they haven't yet appealed. Last year's recommendation was for 2,000, and they received 2,000. They did not appeal. This year, the recommendation was for 1,000 in kind, given the quality of the application, which we talked to the group about. The application was last year's. They didn't use a current one. It was very difficult to determine whether the expenses were current or from the previous year. So the committee made a decision to only provide the in-kind grant for this year, given the lack of information provided to them. Since then, the organization has provided an updated statement and is now requesting 4,000 instead of 5.
Okay. And in the absence of the 1,000, if you didn't get the extra $1,000 that you had last year, how will that impact your event?
It will basically, because as we told that all our expenses is basically 4,500, and mostly it was the food, which was 1,100, around 1,100, plus other miscellaneous expenses.
Okay. Well, at the appropriate time, I'd like to indicate what a motion would be.
You can go right ahead.
Okay.
No
Well,
other further questions.
I think the reality is that, you know, when we're looking at these kinds of events in the community, we can't even compete in terms of putting them on for the same kind of dollars these community groups do, and they're doing us a favor, quite frankly, by bringing people downtown. So the motion would be that we maintain the funding at last year's level.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next delegation up, Al Forler from the Wood Arts in the Cities. Welcome, Al.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, first of all, I want to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back and appeal the decision that was made by the members of the committee. The funding request that we had was made by the Grand Valley Wood Carvers, who run the Canadian National Wildfowl Carving Competition, along with the Owl's Nest competition from Waterloo. I think you have received some information in regard to that, and page 2 of that would give you a pretty good idea of the structure that we have. We did carry a surplus last year, and my understanding was that that was one of the reasons why our request was denied. One of the problems that we've had with our club, we're in our 25th year, and for 23 years we were sponsored by the KW Wood Show, and our expenses were very minimal. The KW Wood Show ceased in 2013, and last year we had to raise funds to make sure that the Canadian National Wildfowl Carving Competition continued. And since we do not have a solid foundation of money coming into us, we have a fundraising committee which seeks assistance from various persons and groups throughout the city. Because of the timing of preparation, for example, people who do the wood carvings will require sometimes 6 months to a year, and some of them do 2 or 3, so they need to have a year in advance of the next show. For example, 2015, which we have already determined we can run if we go out and get extra money. We have to run it because we have made that commitment. The amount of money that we have raised is basically the money that we've raised through business, community groups, some governmental groups such as the Ducks Unlimited and that type of thing, along with our own members, along with with a silent auction that we've held, plus minimal admission and so forth. The money that we receive from the cities is very important. It's not a large percentage of it, but it is important that we have this. And what we have thought we should need to do is develop a fund so that within our own club we can have the majority of the monies that we need to move from one year to the next. And we have been able so far to do that. The Canadian National is considered to be the premier show in Canada, and we do draw members from across Canada, mostly from Ontario, Manitoba, Northern Ontario, and some from Quebec and a number from the United States. We think it's a sort of a cultural plus an artistic event that should continue. Last year we had about 1,200 people going through. To show you how our finances are sometimes on a shaky ground, this year because of the weather, we had 60 fewer carvings in the Canadian Nationals, 20 in the Owl's Nest, and if you take those 80 and multiply it by an average of 12, that's the amount of money that we have not had coming in. And if we look at the number of people who didn't come in to the show this year, I haven't figured that out because I don't know the number that were there totally, but so we have a loss there as well. So our funding is not on a solid basis, and we continue and will continue next year to do fundraising, and we do look forward to the cities, both Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge, for that support. So I would ask you that you have a look at that again. We think we have a valuable organization, certainly too valuable to let it fall by the wayside. So we do ask you to give consideration to that. I think we understand how the committee arrived at the fact that we do have a surplus. I guess that's a good area to cut. But we do work hard. We are a totally run by volunteers. We finished our 2014 show as of yesterday at 8:30 in the evening, once you had it cleaned up. Some people some of the major people who were there have put in like 30 hours since Thursday morning. And so when I multiply that by 30 people, you get the idea of the number of volunteer hours simply for the running of the show on the 4 days. We run it for 3 days, but the Thursday before is preparation time. So I do ask you to consider, and whether we get the $1,500 that we requested, I doubt, but certainly if you should feel that we do deserve some monies to carry on, we certainly do appreciate that, and thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we do have some questions for you. Councillor Gazzola. Didn't you click in? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess your problem is you've done too good a job, and that gives us a problem here. What is you had a surplus, according to what I see here, of about $8,000 last year, and you're projecting a surplus of $10,000 this year. What is your accumulated surplus in the organization?
At the present time, as far as I can calculate, without the financial situation for this past weekend, realistically, it was this year was 7,663. For next year, we had projected, if we get the monies that we have but I guess you always ask for a little more than you expect to get, but but that we will not have that for next year.
Yeah, but are there funds, are there surpluses from previous to 2013? What I'm trying to calculate or figure out is what is your total surplus that you have?
7,663, according to the budget that we had, and we have in the request for this year, we have already been turned down by some of the like Ducks Unlimited, for example, and a number of businesses. We have also lost $1,500 on that because we do not have a guarantee of our donors to give us money on a year by year basis. We need to seek that out annually.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, my question is on your operating budget template, which I don't know if you have page numbers, but it's 9-117. And it's to do, it's actually on 118. And it's to do with salaries and benefits. And again, this is the operating budget template that we have. And it looks from last year, the prior year budget was $1,500. The prior year actual is $3,214, and then your proposed budget for next year is $7,000. So your budget for salaries and benefits are increasing over 50%, well, even more than that in 2 years. What's the cause of that?
I'm not sure I heard.
Remember how you submitted several budgets? This is the confusion now.
Yeah.
This is the one she's referring to.
So yeah, it's on page 118.
Salaries
and it's the salaries and benefits, I believe, if I'm going across the lines. It says for your prior year, it was $1,500, and then the actual was over $3,000, and then your proposed budget for the next year is $7,200. I'm just inquiring as to what that represents.
Yeah, you're talking about the 2013 year.
And your proposed budget going forward with the $7,200.
You refer to the salaries and benefits?
That's right.
Actually, I don't know how that got in. We have no salaried people at all. Everything we do is completely by the 30 members of the club and some of the retired members and wives and so forth. I'm not so sure. I don't know why that figure is in there.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm only allowed one question, so that's all.
Go ahead.
Well, if I'm trying to read between the operating budget and the event budget, and it seems as though they're very much intertwined. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And so you can't really take out that you're running a $7,000, $7,000 surplus, but also in your operating, you're running another $7,000 surplus, given change. You can't really suggest that those two are completely separate from one another. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Zaire.
Thanks very much. And just on the question that Councillor Gazzo was having, and I had the same thing in terms of what was the total surplus. But if you look on page 114, in the right-hand columns for 2014, the 7,663 is the first figure, which was the surplus for the previous year. So it's not an acute; they're just running the same figure. So it is there is some surplus, but not. Can't add those two bottom line figures together. My question also relates, though, to that same figure. It's on page 114, and in the revenue side, it has revenues of over $27,000. It's other revenues. Mm-hmm. And do we know what that is? Al, can you tell us what is included in other revenues for $27,000?
Do we know what the 27,000 is?
That's correct.
Well, that's the reported income. Oh, you're looking at the other revenues?
Yes, it's the other revenues line that has $27,841 in the budget. Is that sales?
That basically is revenues from, for example, we have what we call purchase awards, where the expert carvers apply for that, and someone puts up the money for it. There's 9,400 in that.
So you have other sponsors? Is that what this is about? Other sponsors?
Well, the other sponsors plus monies that we raise. For example, it costs $5 to get into the event, and so we have that. We do have registration by carvers.
Okay, all right.
And we do have and other fundraising that we have done.
So a little concerned about that, but that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yes, thank you. A number of the questions have already been asked by my colleagues here, and I'm sort of surprised that, like other revenues, as the example was, probably that's your largest source of funding, and I thought it'd be better if we saw the breakdown. If you're saying is that all admission?
Well, I guess as far as what is requested in your form, some of those we have had to put together. I mean, I could provide that detail, but I don't have it with me right at the present time.
Okay.
But sometimes it's the nature of the form.
Renata?
Through the chair, the confusion the committee had as well is there's a number of budgets submitted that are not the same. So what we did use the summary on page 7 of the application, but I might refer you to page 9/123, which perhaps will provide some details on the budget for wood art. Again, this is another budget, but it does break it down more into the different categories.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that answer. Based on what I've seen here, you guys are doing a really good job because you've got a surplus, and usually most organizations are always struggling just to break even, and you're doing a fine job. Is the Grand Valley Wood Carvers and Owl's Nest Carving Club two different groups, or is that one organization?
There are two different groups, and we've gotten together under the Wood Art in the City's title, because we have the two. It used to be the KW Wood Show, so it's really a coordinating body of the two. So it's well, I guess where we erred, and we didn't provide a lot of figures, including both clubs. I guess we felt there's a need to be open and upfront with that.
So is this information we have here for both groups, all as some as one?
Yes.
And are you representing only one of the groups?
Yeah. Did you have the handout? If you look at the second page of the handout.
This one here?
That's a poster, an advertising poster that we have. Wood art in cities. And because both of us were in the same position, having lost our sponsor, we decided to pull this together under the name of Wood Art in the Cities. So the request that we have made is on behalf of both of those groups.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We have no further questions, Al. Thank you. I just want to give an update to committee and for Councillor Fernandez's benefit. We have made a consensus among committee to ask the delegations one question per per each item. Okay, so the next item, next delegation up is Maroki Tong from the G33K Art Show. Welcome, Maroki.
Hi, thank you for having me here. And just so you know, it's the Geek Art Show. It might make it a little bit easier for pronunciation and timing.
Ah, yeah, I see it now.
So, once again, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to take a minute to thank the council for listening to me today. Since high school, the city's efforts to make downtown core a thriving and vibrant place has made a lot of headway, from revamping King Street, reviving the Tannery and all our old buildings, and even becoming the home ground for an international theater festival. I am excited to be here as an artist because as an artist, creator, and producer, this city right now has the potential to create dynamic and new ideas. We, Kitchener, is in a unique situation to embrace growth, exploration, and change possible only in young urban centers. That is why I decided to create the Geek Art Show here. I am a lover of geek culture. I grew up on Japanese animation, on fantasy and science fiction. And if any of you have ever been exposed to Harry Potter, Star Wars, or Batman, so have you. And it has significance on our lives. Either it is for pleasure or nostalgia, for appreciating a piece of pop culture history, or even for academia, being explored through the arts. Science fiction and fantasy actually was created as an avenue of exploring social situations or political issues that might be too sensitive if addressed head-on. It's almost like our old fable stories. They teach us valuable lessons through art. As a traditionally trained performer myself, I saw a lot of colleagues and talented people in the geek community, comic artists, craftsmen, filmmakers, who did not seem to have the same opportunities that I thought were accessible to all artists. I was taught through my programs and through my training to apply for grant funding, to go to galleries, to do audience development and reach a broader audience. So in a fit of passion, I created the show to bridge the gap between the conventional fine arts background that I'm used to and the geek arts background. And then I realized that I needed to share that with the general public as well. If I am celebrating artistry and geek culture, then I need to be able to reach the broader general public, because isn't that what we're trying to do as artists, to be able to communicate with everyone and not just within an isolated community? And with an uprise of blockbuster movies like The Avengers and Iron Man and Lord of the Rings, this is the perfect time to share the talent to the public of what the geek community has to offer. From 2011, I have built a small show in a black box studio and grown it to a multi-activity event that takes place in the City Hall Rotunda yearly. At this moment, I just want to acknowledge really quickly the Economic Development Department in the City of Kitchener for taking the chance on me in 2012 and providing some pilot funding support, and also to the sponsors that gave us the essential support in this exponential growth. And believe me, from a black box studio to the City Hall Rotunda, it was exponential growth in 2011, 2012, and now a more steady growth in 2013 and heading into 2014. The majority of the activities are free to the public, and we provide an array of artists, craftsmen, live music, workshops, speakers panels, and even invite industry special guests to come in and share their skills and how they got into the business. And we also bring in performance and nightlife. We had an opening gala where we brought in circus arts and combined it with, a comic story. Furthermore, a unique feature is the business training and opportunities that we try to provide to emerging artists so that we learn how to be sustainable and know the tools to succeed in this competitive industry. Some of the tools we offer are workshops to develop business skills on multiple platforms or providing networking events. I want the show to eventually be self-sustained and on a developed and strong business model. But we are still very young. As we enter our 4th year, a seed fund provided with the Tier 2 funding grant will make all the difference. It will provide the infrastructure for long-term strategies and for right now implementing key changes and ideas that will greatly impact long-term growth and goals. There might be a lot of comic conventions that exist or animation conventions, but my show is one of a kind, and you will not be disappointed in your investment. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very inspirational presentation. I quite enjoyed that. Councillor Gazzola.
It would help if you were a little more passionate about it. I'm looking at your budget, and it's on our page 142, and it appears that you've been very successful in the past, but now you're doubling your expenditures from $4,300 to $13,000. What is the $5,000 that you're looking for from the city? What is that intended to provide, and is it necessary to increase your budget to such an extent?
Well, up until this point, I have been working almost completely on my own. And in this past year, I did bring on a volunteer staff. I took on an intern from Conestoga College, and I had some very passionate people who are willing to become pro bono workers of, volunteer coordinator and such. But I believe for something to succeed in a business sense that we do have to pay people, especially if we talk about trying to say, oh, we want to support artists and we want artistic development, then we have to recognize that these people are working full time on currently no salary. I'm happy to work multiple contract jobs and work on a small honorarium, but part of that $5,000 would be bringing on a paid staff so they can take on key logistic roles, communications roles, and marketing roles, and towards other infrastructure needs like administration or printing costs, and also perhaps bringing in bigger name special guests and industry guests so that they can come in and communicate with our emerging artists.
Thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks, Maroki. I loved your presentation. my one question is actually for Mr. Regier. I was wondering, since you're bringing back a report in a couple of weeks on another issue, I was wondering if you could speak to economic development briefly now, but also to bring back something along these lines, since you had some involvement with this issue before.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Chair Ioannidis. Yeah, we were enthusiastic supporters of the project in 2012, and it was a lot of fun. Had a great impact, and it's an interesting prospect to see this grow. I have not touched base. I've just sent out a couple of emails on this particular file, and will connect with staff on what their perspective is on alternative sources of funding and how we might be able to structure this. To get it done, and I can maybe bring back some comments to the council meeting on that as well.
Thank you. So I would move a deferral of this item as well for 2 weeks.
Okay. Thanks, Maroki. We don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
The next delegation, Isabel Cisterna from Neruda Arts. Welcome, Isabel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. I'm going to bring the passion down, if you can believe it. Although I'm Spanish, I can't help it. The reason why I'm here is because I'm here to appeal the grant that was awarded to us for 2014 and make a case for Neruda Arts. I believe that the awarded amount was based on a technicality, because when we finish our year end in the midst of putting this grant together and doing our festival that was happening all at the same time, there were lots of holes in information that we couldn't provide because we were in the middle of everything that was going on. Our year end is December 31st, and this grant, all of the funds that we had at our disposal weren't used at the time. So I'm making the appeal to you to review some of the information that I provided earlier. I also brought some brochures that I would like to pass to you after I do my presentation. And I do believe that is based on a technicality because I know that the relevance, the artistic merit, and the viability, not only of the project, of the proposal for 2014, is there, but also for the organization. I was here last year in a very similar situation, and if it weren't for the cities and the city's support, we wouldn't be able to leverage a lot of the other funds that we receive in order to put on the great programming that we do. So the case for Neruda is that I consider Neruda to be not only an important part of the arts community, but I like to call it if I may, one of the pillars of this community and this region, these cities. You know that out in the arts world we have what, people talk about the so-called pillars of the arts and culture, but rarely Neruda is part of the same phrase. I like to make you consider that Neruda is not only a pillar, is one that is mostly at its base, because it serves not only a great deal of culturally diverse audiences, it also reaches far into ages. We program for children as well as seniors, new Canadians, refugees. We program for about everyone that lives in the city. We don't have pockets, we don't have niche, we don't have monochromatic audiences. We have as colorful and as diverse of audiences that you could probably imagine. When I was here last year, I was talking to you about that incredible project that I was so passionate about, which was Kultrun, for which we had received so much support federally, provincially, and internationally. And at that time, it was just a dream that was still in the works. So now I can answer questions about how it went, what was the impact of it, and why we want to move forward with the plans that we have. Because I believe Neruda Arts as an organization, our festival, and our concert series, one day, not too long from now, I'm actually thinking in the next 5 years will be as important as the Blues Festival. It will bring as many people, and it will be as relevant and important to the business of these cities, to the community, and also when you look around and you see the kind of community that we live in, the reason why we're being supported is because there is a need there. I just received an email a couple of days ago that I received one of 5 Leadership in Community Awards for the province of Ontario, and I have to think that it's not a coincidence. To be able to be awarded internationally is not a coincidence. I just need to make a case for you to believe that. Thank you.
We do have some questions for you, Isabel. Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, Isabel, and thanks for the great work that you've done on all of your festivals.
Can you speak through the microphone, Councillor?
Sorry, thank you for all that you've done, Isabel, and the great work that you've done on all of your festivals in our community. I'm just wondering, from a financial point of view, I know that there was just some provincial funding announced in the last few days.
Yeah.
How does that factor into this? And in the absence of the full amount that was requested, or even the same amount as we funded last year, what's going to be lost as a result of that?
Well, the announcement that came from Celebrate Ontario is for an enhancement. So what we're planning to do this year that we didn't have last year is a large tent for storytelling from around the world, where we would have professional storytellers tell stories to the children, adults, and families. We will also have a large tent with workshops that will be free to the public. 2 days of dance, voice, poetry, hip hop, and anything that I can think of. And I'm still thinking of things actually to put in that incredible tent. We're also going to have shadow puppet theater to give the children the opportunity to make their puppets and then to be able to have that at night as part of the show. We have also included theater this year. In a partnership with the Empty Space, we're going to have, for the first time, a culturally diverse theater performance at our event. So that funding is coming for the enhancement. And so the more funds that we have towards the enhancement, the more inclusive, the better this festival will be. Now, on the other hand, not having the support of the city or having a small portion of the support, it means a lot because whenever we have conversations, not only with the grantors, the provincial and federal grantors, as well as the international ones and corporate donors, the first thing that people ask is how much are the cities giving you? And to me, I interpret that as if your city is behind you, then we can come and be behind you too. And if your city support is minimal, it shows, it's a reflection of your belief that what we're doing is relevant.
And the sponsorship that you're talking about is basically looking at sponsoring all of the events during the year, the Kulturen Festival in the fall, and having our name also associated with the Latin Fest in the summer?
You mean from you?
Yeah, so from the city, it would...
It's for the full, it's for the years, for the organization, is for us to be able to, the calendar of events that began yesterday actually with a concert at the Hacienda, Marcio Faraco, Grammy Award winner bossa nova singer. To the end, we have 10 performances here in Kitchener. They're all part of our concert series called Show the World. All of them happen between the Hacienda, the Victoria Park Pavilion, the Courtyard, or the Conrad Center, just like last year. So the support that you give us goes to that, goes to plan for Kulturen, everything that happens in our festival, and beyond, because a lot of people just know Neruda for the concert series and also for the festival, but if you don't know me and if you don't know the organization, you may not know that I'm almost in every community center. I am putting murals up, whether you like it or not, on the side of businesses, that I am doing a lot of activist work and also outreach in high schools and community centers and all over the place. Every time somebody asks me to speak on diversity, I'm there.
Okay. Well, at the appropriate time, I'd like to move a motion.
Okay. Mayor Zaire?
Thanks very much. Just an observation, again, like I was doing with the others. I went onto your website, and on the sponsors page, you have a few there, but Kitchener is not noted. You might want to take a peek at that.
Okay.
The budget that I'm looking at on page 168 and 169, unusually, most organizations have expenditures that increase each year.
Yes.
What you have submitted is actually less than what you had in the previous year, in 2013. Yet the request is for a greater amount. So can you speak to that dichotomy?
I actually did put that in your notes as part of the information.
I obviously missed it.
Yeah, I'll give you. Sorry. The reason why, in a nutshell, is because in 2013 we had 2 festivals plus our concert series, and this year, and that, I don't know if you remember this, but at that moment when I came last year, I was being asked as to why our budgets had increased to so much, and I had to explain because we had an additional festival. This year, we have 1 festival less, but we are doing a lot more in that festival. We've decided that it wasn't sustainable to keep 2 festivals, and we combine both. So there will not be a Latin Fest this year. Instead, we will have our world music, our festival will be Kulturen, our world music festival. And the reason why the request is as such is because it's exactly the same request we had last year, that we came and asked for an increase when we didn't receive it. It is because even though it's 1 festival instead of 2, the amount of activities that we're doing surrounding that festival and the amount of concerts that we have for the concert series has increased. So in other words, we're trying to work smarter, we're trying to cut a little bit of corners, and we're trying to be a little bit, wiser, not only for what we do, but also what we do to ourselves, our staff. There is a little bit of burnout in the sense that we work really, really hard to put this, and let's face it, we don't do it for the money.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. Isabella, I appreciate all you've said, and so I had a question for staff based on what you've said about the fact that there was a mistake, and I'd like just have staff comment on the correction or the fact that you filed something that was an error.
Through the chair, I don't believe there was a mistake. What Isabel was saying is the information she had at the time they submitted the grant application has changed, because at the time they submitted their financials, they hadn't paid all the bills. Mm-hmm. They weren't, nothing, their projections were based on a surplus, and that didn't happen, and so she resubmitted, just looking on the page, updated financial starting page 9/158. So it wasn't a mistake so much as the calculation wasn't accurate.
Thank you.
And the timing concerns.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Isabella. You did. I was looking through the material again, and you referred to the Caltrin Festival, and I know that that's where the funding was mainly going to from last year. How did that go? Did you get the anticipated response that you wanted? And now that with the new information about the fact that you don't have a surplus, was that part of that festival as a result of that festival?
Yeah, actually, our festival surpassed every expectation, not only in terms of what we were able to bring in grants from the different levels of government, except for municipality, but also from our corporate donors, corporate sponsorship, and from our attendance. We had over 20 different performances over 4 days. We had 4 free workshops. We had 1 family day, which was also free to the public. We had 4 noon-hour concerts at the Working Center. And so overall, we had, over 3,000 people attend this festival. And just to put it into context, it was the first time in Kitchener that people were asked to go from venue to venue. We would start at 12 with different events happening in a couple of restaurants. We had Marisol, we had the New Wren, the Walper serving specialty themed lunches. Then we would have the concerts, free concerts. Then we will move on to the workshops. And then at the Conrad Center, we would have 1 concert at 6, 1 at 8, 1 at the Walper, 1 at the Wren. We would finish after midnight. And people, they actually bought into it, and they bought their passes, and they went from venue to venue. And it was cold. And some of the days it was rainy. So this is all happening while we had 4 Mapuche artists doing the mural on the side of the Marisol restaurant, and that brought a lot of people there too. We brought people from the Mohawk community. We brought people from different Aboriginal communities around Ontario to come and work with us to put the proposal and to also draft this mural that we put in there that would talk about cultural diversity. We finished with a small surplus, and we paid over $50,000 in artist fees. We paid in terms of venues and the businesses that we paid here, we paid over $50,000 just in venues and equipment and what we brought into the city. Both the Walper were hired, and all of our artists were staying at the Walper. They were eating at the Imbibe, at the Working Center. We had people that came from northern Quebec. Besides our international artists, we had people that flew here from Saskatchewan, from Vancouver, from northern Quebec. We had people from the Aboriginal Choice Awards that came to observe. We had people from the National Arts Centre that came to observe. We had people from Presentation Arts Canada, it's an arm of Canadian Heritage, that came to observe. And as a result, I have become the only Region of Waterloo representative with Canada Council to the World Music Expos. So I have been invited next week. 2 weeks from now, I'm going to Colombia to represent Waterloo Region. I'm going to Santiago de Compostela in October, representing Waterloo Region. I was in Mundial Montreal last year, and also in Wales. So this is as a result of what happened. We had over 100 artists, 22 bands, and they brought a lot of dollars to the local economy.
Okay, well, congratulations on your
And-
your nominations. I thank you for the response. It was very detailed.
And Yvonne, 1 second.
Yep.
No. Oh. Okay, we're not finished yet, Isabel. We have
I'm
some
just
further
gonna
questions for
put
you.
this here because this will show you everything that I told you about in case you didn't memorize it. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. And I attended one of those evenings, and it was very well done and well attended. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, thank you for attending. It means a lot when people actually do come to see what they support.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Just 2 clarifications, if I could, actually. Thank you for coming in today. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly between the different financial reports. I've heard everything from a large surplus to no surplus. Is my understanding by looking at this is the surplus is $6,700. That's the right number? Okay. And my other question was follow up from Councillor Verbanovich with respect to the provincial grant. What was that amount that was granted from the province?
The one that was just announced?
Yes.
Was $34,000 from Celebrate Ontario.
From Celebrate. Okay. So if you don't mind me asking, how does that relate to your line in your proposed budget? I see a total expected provincial support of $45,000. So
Sure. When we did the budget for this grant, we hadn't applied yet to the Celebrate Ontario, and this grant is only for an enhancement to the festival. It's not for the core operating or for any of the artist fees. It's for anything that we do above and beyond. So that is all that we're going to be proposing, and we still have to work with them to come to an agreement of what those enhancements are.
Okay.
We kind of gave them an idea, and then they came back with that proposal, but this is a work in progress. We don't have the cash yet. It has to be, all of the enhancements have to be approved.
very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you. And I can just, before I make my motion, ask a question of staff.
Sure.
So earlier in the day, I asked a question with respect to interrelationships between different kinds of events, some that are sort of partnered or where we have a funding relationships, and others that we do through special events. And I see Mr. Regier here now, so maybe in the absence of Mr. Young, we can give him the hard-hitting questions. I'm wondering if you can just help me understand how the decisions are made around the things that we fund and sponsor versus the kinds of things which are dealt with through the special events budget versus the kinds of things that, some of which we're hearing from today, and what lens is put on the examination of the grant requests against those overall special event priorities.
Sure. Through you, Chair Ioannidis. Isabel referred to the Blues Festival. At one point, the Blues Festival would have been almost in exactly the situation where she is right now, and who would have graduated through a process to a higher level of permanent grant status. And so the process that she's working through and the process which some of our other smaller events are working through is actually is right in line with what we've historically done to support event development. And one of the key challenges here is that we have a community which is building events and responding to our vision for a dynamic and engaged urban community vigorously, and our requests are quite a bit in excess of the available budget. So that's kind of the situation. We in special events, we do have a development budget for events, and we have been. It's relatively small. It's I think it's under 5% of the total event budget, and it's we use it to support the ongoing evolution of the existing event portfolio, in addition to some experimental event development. For example, this past year we used some of those funds to experiment around the Discovery Square experience, which was a significant success. And those decisions are made largely based on alignment with our economic development strategy. So Discovery Square was particularly aligned because we're interested in finding ways of creating a collision between our events portfolio and the evolution of our technology community and our tech cluster downtown. And our support for the Maker Faire, for example, last year would have been along the same lines. So those are some of the evaluation criteria that we apply to that small bit of investment funds.
And would there be room or opportunity to see any of if we were to give additional funding to this or other groups, to see any of that come out of this overall special events budget, which I think is quite substantive? I said, would there be opportunity for any of our funding shortfalls that we might be looking at today to potentially come out of special events?
Through you, Chair Ioannidis, I can't recall right off the top of my head how much that funding is. The number $20,000 is coming to my mind, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to get us to where everybody wants to go today. I think there are probably two answers to your question. We will take a look at some of the other. We have two or three that we need to take a look at from an economic development point of view in response to Council's question this afternoon, and we can continue to have that conversation with Isabel and Neruda as well. I don't think that the entire basket here is going to be able to be covered out of the special events discretionary fund, but some of it may. So I'll have to consult with Jeff, who's not well today. So I wouldn't want to put him on the spot right now. But
and I appreciate that. Well, Mr. Chair, the motion that I'd like to put on the table is I would like to see us maintain the funding that Neruda had last year from a funding perspective, but I'd like to refer it to staff to look at it in relation to the special events budget and so on, and bring that back for Council 2 weeks from now.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, you have a question?
Yes, I do. My light's on.
What's that?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your whole presentation, but what would happen in the worst case scenario? If I understand correctly, we're off by $11,000 from what you requested, right?
Was I off?
No, you requested 19,
Yes.
and we've said 8, so there's a difference of 11. What happens in the worst case scenario if you don't get that? And the other part is, is there an amount that you could live with? So can you?
That's a trick question.
It's not meant to be.
Let me think for a second.
Yeah.
Well, being able to maintain and not to lower would be what I would hope for. A small increase would even be better, because that would actually speak volumes about your support and where you're at in terms of your, what you think the work that we do is, and how you support the cultural minorities as well. From the point of view of the others that examine, because you went through our budgets, but there are lots of people who go through our budgets, people from the provincial government, federal government, and so on. And if they look that at one point you were, giving us X amount of dollars and then you started decreasing, that's not good, because it sets a precedent or sets a message out that you don't believe in what we do. And what we're trying to aim for, and my case today for you, the case that I'm trying to put out there, is that we need quite the opposite. If you gave us last year $11,000, we brought over $120,000 extra in excess of that. If you give us a little bit more, we bring more, because that's unfortunately the way it is. It took me a long time to figure out how to speak to grantors and how to answer the questions like the ones you're asking me. And it's not easy, because it's quite challenging, and it makes you feel very nervous. But I can tell you that if your support decreases, not only the message will be loud and clear to me as a cultural worker, as a person that I'm hoping you are trying to retain, because, you know, we talk about retaining talent, you're trying to retain people with skills. Well, I have great skills, I have to say. Without being able to do what I do with the shoestring budget that I do, I have great skills. And I have a lot of professionalism in what I do. If you're trying to retain me, you have to tell me that you want me here. It's like inviting me to your house and not offering me a glass of water, which it would be a really bad idea. If we don't get what we hope for, we will make do. But it will be harder, and it will be harder to also increase the level of the festival and also to grow it, because it's not about what we have now, it's where I foresee this festival could go. I really would like, and I think if you look at all the studies, world music is today the type of music that has the most potential in Canada. Is where everybody's investing, because it brings everybody. So lots of opportunities there. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Or was I?
Very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Isabella. We don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Next delegation, we have Jenny Flagler and Sadia Gassin from African Women's Alliance of Waterloo Region. Welcome.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present in our concern about the funding. First, for months, we would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank you for the support that have been given Afro Festival for the last several years. And we hope that supportive relationship we will continue to grow. Afro Festival is a free event that was started in 2001 as a family picnic for African community in Waterloo region. This was a chance to come together and celebrate our diverse African continent culture and heritage, and educate our children about the heritage. When the festival started, we had only 250 people to attend at that time. And the last year, we had over 6,000 people to attend our event, despite the weather was raining and we have a heavy storm. In the face of Afro Festival, we evolved over 12 years. A result of expanding, promoting, and we're doing a lot of work as a grassroots community organization. A number of the media assist us also to promote. That's why we got a lot of people to come and attend our festival. Both cities, City of Waterloo and City of Kitchener, also help us to promote and also to support funding. Last year alone, we have over $34,000 airtime that was given by the media outlet. But in the reality, the difficulty we have is the African community. We came from the different countries, and we come in this country, and people see us only one country. And it's very hard for us to differentiate that. And for us to come together in this community, we try to also showcase our cultures, because we are different. It's like Europe, North America, Asia, all those are continents. But the people here sees us only for one amalgamate people. So that way we said, if we show the East, the West, north, central. That way, maybe people will learn a little bit. And as you know, the media, when they saw the Arab Spring, they saw a lot of African who are also Arab also. So Africa is diverse. It's not only black people. It has a white, black, green, yellow, all together. So that way, then we felt that if we show the people our cultures and heritage, so that way, then we can promote and help our youth. Difficult also youth growing in this community who are diverse, especially youth who came from Africa. So doing this kind of event, we encourage our children to be part of that. We tell them that we have a heritage cultures, not only colorful and food and festival and dance, but we have also history. And that way then they have to see how that history can be promoted in this community. Also, as you know, that a lot of the thing is happening in the world because a lot of research are going to do in Africa. Africa is a big continent who is a mother of other continents in geological time. So all the universities are going and doing a lot of academic research in the part of Africa. Doing this event also gives us the visibility, so that way then people can come and ask us if they need information, not only for individual information, but also for knowledge and research. That also promote the city of Kitchener and Waterloo. The other thing we have the difficulty is because our target group are newcomers, and most of Africans, they come in 90s and still are coming. And so that is a very difficult. We don't have a potential source that we can do the fundraising. We ask them also, our community, to give $5 for fee as a membership, and it's very hard for them to do that too, because when you're on welfare or when you are a poor family working who has 7, 8, 9 children, it's hard for them to show up what they can do too. But luckily they give us their time free and opportunity so that way they can volunteer. And if you see our budgets for the last 4 or 5 years, we have a lot of time, volunteering time, that they offer us to give. Another big thing that we help them also is a lot of mothers or women did a lot of income generation programs, so that way then we can help and support us. I think I have only 30 seconds, and I speak so fast. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for listening to us, because our target group is in poverty, and it's very hard for us to sustain. And cutting this amount that the city gave us, it was very difficult for us to swallow, because we live in this community and we provide. We are part of these residents, but we are poor. But we need support. So that only way we can make diversity. And every year we invited Juno Awards who came here and perform. That way then we make them visible, the Waterloo region, and especially the KW. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a few questions for you. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I know it's hard to cram all that information in 5 minutes. Just one quick question. When I was looking at your fiscal year end on page 200, I noticed last year you got equal amounts of grants from the City of Kitchener and City of Waterloo.
Yeah.
Have you received your grant money from the City of Waterloo already?
Yes.
Okay, and so they've given you the same as what you had last year?
Yes.
And so you're asking for double from us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's
but
all
I'm asking also the in-kind contribution also in City of Kitchener too.
Right. Yeah. I noticed that too. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much, Jenny and Sadia. What was your audience like? How many people came to your event?
So last year we had approximately 6,000 people throughout the day. So, people come and go in little spurts. So throughout the day we have a large audience. So it's really grown, a lot in the last 12 years.
Okay, what was it 12 years ago? Can you give us
When it first started, it was 250 people. So it started out just as a family picnic with a number of different families, African families from the region of Waterloo coming together. So now it's grown into more of a public event that draws in audiences from all different backgrounds.
Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks, and thank you to both of you for coming in. I know your event's a great event. On the request where you see Kitchener and Waterloo last year, we were both at 5,500, but you're looking to increase us to 10,000. What's the rationale behind increasing us but not Waterloo, especially since it's happening in Waterloo? And what will happen if you don't get additional funds?
What happened is the city of Waterloo also, we asked 12,000 that time, our request, but they approved only 5,500. And because we are growing and we wanted to get a lot of performance, and most of the professional performance are coming from Toronto, Ottawa, other places, not here. So only to come here to draw is very difficult. Sometimes what we do is in our pocket, through the membership, we pay that. And it's amazing, every time, every year we are going deficit. And even though here we have only $123, some of our community members pay $1,000 without putting here to bring them here. So what we were thinking is if we can get those performers to come here, maybe we can get crowd from other neighboring cities. So that way then the festival will grow faster. So and also we can get more audience, so we can come get more income generation for our women's group.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. May, care to address? No, mistake. Okay. Councillor Gazzola?
It's interesting when you note that there are other monies that have come in from your members, but that in the future you should show that in here because it does give the total picture of your event. And I mean, that's a reality of the cost. My biggest concern is that your budget is more than doubling, which is really, you know, it would be nice if money were no object, but you know, we're all under economic constraints. So, is it not possible? And I know you want to grow bigger, and you have grown, but is it not possible to do that in smaller chunks, and then be able to live within our means a little better?
Yes, I think I met with the committee and we did it divided. But if you look also our in-kind, we get all the in-kind because even the money they give us, those members that we put in-kind also to support us.
Renata?
Through the chair, we did meet with the organization to explain that we had a concern with the huge increase in their budget, and they understood and resubmitted another lower expense budget on page 193.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had thought that went with the other group. Because their form is on 194. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong figures.
Okay. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, thank you. And I'm a little confused in some of the figures here. It maybe needs some clarification. Page 200. Under in-kind grants, you had last year $70,500 in terms of in-kind contribution, and then this year there's nothing, yet the figures at the bottom seem to add up that there's something. I'm not too sure what's wrong.
Is it 75,000?
Where's that page?
Oh, okay. Oh. We made a mistake there. You did, with this one I did it. The new one updated I did. I think the updated one I did it $78,500 for.
Okay, so if we go to page 193, then that answers my question, supposedly?
Our in-kind increases.
So you're getting 75,000 according to page 193 in in-kind for this year.
What our accountant did is that we came and met with the committee, and then what we did is that we looked and updated. And last year we have a 70,550, and this year we are projecting to get 78,900.
Oh, okay, in terms of in-kind.
Yes.
So then when I look at the bottom line...
I think it's a mistake. That zero is a mistake.
I'm sorry?
Ignore it.
Nor the zero. So so you're not having a surplus of 79,000. It's
Yes.
reversed those two figures.
Yes, I think it's
Okay.
switching around, yeah, mistake.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no further questions. Thank you.
Welcome.
We have two remainder delegations just to give an update on where we are in the delegation process. Second last delegate is Fazia Mazar for Community Coalition on the Refugee and Immigration Concerns. Welcome again.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and present on behalf of the Community Coalition on Refugee and Immigrant Concerns, aka CORIC. I'll be using CORIC most of the time. The reason I'm here is because I think we were not able to properly communicate a few things on our application to the staff, and that's why we're asking the committee to reconsider the allocation of $2,000 in kind. So the first thing that I would like to clarify is that we're not asking for money for one event that is called World Refugee Day, and that would happen at the Kitchener City Hall on June 18th. World Refugee Day is a community-wide project to observe the World Refugee Day throughout Kitchener-Waterloo last year, and this year we're expanding to Cambridge as well. And we're also not asking money to organize other events and activities. What we're asking money for is for the whole project. CORIC is responsible for the umbrella marketing and promotion of the World Refugee Day project, which is very, very important for the project itself. It is creating a brand, and once these brochures and flyers and website and everything is out there, then it's just not about attending the event. When a person sees the brochure or the flyer or they visit the website, they have the information right there, and that's how we expand our outreach. The other thing which is important to know is that last year there were 20 activities throughout the Kitchener-Waterloo. Over 23 partners come together, and our major partners were museums and libraries and schools in the region. These partners contributed enormous amount of in-kind support to the whole project, which is not represented on the budget, but it did. Also, several of our events, I'd say about 25% of our events happened in downtown Kitchener last year. And this year as well, including we had a play which was presented at the Registry Theatre, which brought in a very diverse, a very new audience to the Registry Theatre last year. This year, we have 5 events confirmed, and 3 of them are in downtown Kitchener. Also, 90% of our events last year were in downtown Kitchener. So the other thing that I wanted to clarify was that attendance at our events. Again, we're looking at World Refugee Day as a whole project, not a one-day event. So what happened through the application is I think there were some concerns about the attendance at one event. However, last year, the activities ranged from a 3-month-long exhibit at the Waterloo Region Museum to Human Library at Waterloo Public Library to the launch event at the museum to the community concert at the City Hall, and the overall attendance at our event was in thousands, especially because of the 3-month-long exhibit that we had at the Waterloo Region Museum. This year, we're expecting the same. There would be a multitude of activities throughout the region, hopefully, and a lot of people we will be able to reach out to. So this is a very worthwhile project for the City of Kitchener to fund. It fits well with the 3 out of 4 granting priorities, namely art and culture, festivals, and community support and development. But more importantly, our community has a very long history of refugee resettlement. This region is not new to refugee resettlement. If you look at the history of the region, if you look at this city was called Berlin for a reason, for a very long time. We also have a large population of Mennonite community in the region of Waterloo. So we're not talking about refugees just arriving today or in the past 10 years. This region has a history of supporting refugee resettlement. And by connecting World Refugee Day with our shared history and making it a community-wide observation, we are CORIC positively engaged community at large in recognizing the contribution of refugees to our community. This project brought together community at large to explore how we can create a safe and welcoming environment for the newest members of our community and maybe the most vulnerable members of our community by making our community people who had to flee their home countries because of war, religious persecution, conflict, just like for many, if not most of the people in the room, their ancestors, their forefathers and mothers had to do long time ago. So I think it's a worthwhile project for City of Kitchener to fund, and we're not asking for a very large amount of money, but this is a very important amount of money that we need for the marketing and promotion, also to be able to pay to our artists and performers. How much time? It's a community building project. That's what I want to say. It's just not one event. It used to be one event for a very long time until CORIC recognized that the number of people we're reaching out to is so small, and we find ourselves preaching to the choir all the time. So if this is a community where people want to be welcoming and people want to welcome the newest member of our community, then we need to involve the community. We need to engage the community in that, and it's just not the CORIC or just not this group or that group or this person or that person should be doing it.
Okay. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, thank you. Why do you deal with a fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year? It's a little easier to understand when it's on a calendar year.
So CORIC's core funding comes from Kitchener Downtown Community Health Center. And at Kitchener Downtown Community Health Center, our fiscal year is from April 1st to March 31st.
And you have to go by that?
Because that's the core funder for CORIC. That's where we get the bulk of the money. Actually, the whole operating money comes for CORIC from Kitchener Downtown Community Health Center. So we can't change it.
Well, see, and that's, okay. Looking at your budget, really there's not a great deal of change. Your expenditures are the same as last year. But the difference is because you're now coming to Kitchener and Waterloo that there's a big reduction in earned income and a big reduction in other revenues. What are those two things? Why are they changing? If they didn't change, we'd be in the same position as last year.
So last year was our first year, and last year we had a play. So we brought in some money through the sales of the tickets. However, it was only enough to cover, I would say, about 80% of the expenses related to the play. So in the budget, you will see there is a separate line for earned income, but it mostly covered the expense of that event. We might have some earned income this year as well, but it's not running for profit. So let's say we bring in a play again. In that case, we will have some tickets, but then the tickets will cover the expense of that event. There is nothing planned right now at this point. And the other thing was Kitchener Downtown Community Health Center. We were able to get $4,629 for the first year, basically because there was balance from 2012. So there is no cut or reduction, but there were balance at that time that was available to us through the ethnocultural programming, which is not available anymore.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, hi, Fazia. I noticed in your letter that was dated February 24th, near the end, if we aren't able to give you more money, that you would prefer at least some of it be cash and some of it be in kind. So if we only had $2,000 either way, what would you prefer it be? All cash, part in kind? How would you like to see that divided up?
So first, I would like to say that we're expecting a cut in our expected income of $3,000. So an additional $1,000 would be really, really appreciated. But I understand in real life, real world, you're also dealing with limited amount of money. So in that case, I would go for $2,000 in cash. That would be the most useful, because at the City Hall, we will have one event of several events.
Okay, so you would prefer cash. And if I can just quickly ask staff a question then. With regards to our overall budget, it really doesn't matter whether it comes in cash or in kind. Is that
Through
correct?
the chair, no, the total value is the same.
Okay, so then I would have a motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Actually, Councillor Galloway-Seelock sort of asked my question, so I'm going to leave it at that. It's good to see you again, Fazia.
Okay, then Councillor Seelock, Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I will just move that the recommendation be for $2,000 cash versus the in-kind as recommended.
Okay. Thanks, Fazia.
Thank you.
Last but not least, David McConaughey. Sorry. McConaughey?
An Oscar. You'd at least get, hey, 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 all right, McConaughey.
McConaughey.
Although he uses McConaughey, so.
Okay.
But it is the Irish version, so on St. Patrick's Day, I guess I use McConaughey.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor. First and foremost, I want to thank the Council and the committee for the I'm a very loud speaker, so I stand back. For the very generous contribution that was made within the Tier 2 grant in terms of the value in kind contribution. That will be very well utilized as, actually, before I go, who attended night shift last year? Anybody show up? Okay, so we've got a couple of folks. So, for those of you who haven't seen it and didn't get a chance to experience it, who's been to a Nuit Blanche? You understand what Nuit Blanche brings to community. Okay. Well, let me share with you just a few testimonials about what night shift means, and then I'll get back to very quickly what we're trying to achieve here. The festival, and these are from various key stakeholders, civic, business, and artistic, showed us the power of community and the art of making what seems impossible possible. Nothing short of magical and beyond awesome. One of the most innovative and transformational community-based art projects. A brilliant moment in the growth of our city. I have never seen our downtown streets so full and energetic. Transformed downtown Kitchener with creative energy and provided new spaces for appreciating the arts, building community, and raising social and environmental awareness. And I think one of the most key testimonials that I can give to you was shared to me on event night by a longtime resident of this community who says, I've lived in the region for 17 years, and I never knew downtown Kitchener had so many cool places you could go at night. That's what Night Shift aimed to achieve. Actually, our editor-in-chief over there, the other guy wearing the funny scarf, came to me August of last year and said, let's do a Nuit Blanche in Kitchener. And we went, well, does the city of Kitchener already do Nuit Blanche? That would be a first place to start. As it turns out, no, it didn't. So we pioneered it, and quite frankly, our organization, which is a not-for-profit environmental magazine known across Canada, underwrote the majority of the expenses because we felt it was important, because it aligned with the downtown development and economic development strategies, and because for us, celebrating our community is the way that you build your community. So we feel like Night Shift, and you could hear from the stakeholders who invested, they feel that Night Shift is a viable and significant, potential big opportunity for this community to position it and to connect and to grow. It may just be a startup in its last year, and it may have been a proof of concept when we initially did it, but I think we over-delivered in terms of what it achieved, and we've got plans to build it in the future. Now, as I said, we made an application. We've never applied to the City of Kitchener's Tier 2 grants before, and thankfully the team walked us through it. We are appreciative of the value in kind, but keep in mind that when you do an artistic event like this, you've got to compensate artists. And the vast majority of the money that we had asked from the City of Kitchener would be to allow us to compensate the artist up front. As it was last year, we were playing a little chase. We fortunately came to a point, the artists all got compensated, but they got compensated at the end of the process. When you're asking people to spend 80, 100 hours on a project, it's generally nice to give them a taste up front. And then the final point of why I'm here seemingly complaining about getting some wonderful grant money, thank you, is something that just was driven home to me as we investigated how we turn Night Shift into its own standalone cultural organization that benefits the region of Waterloo and the City of Kitchener. And what I came to understand when speaking with Paula Shuchuk of Canadian Heritage is if the city doesn't invest, the provincial government's not going to invest, and when I invest, I mean dollars and cents. Value in kind, unfortunately, is treated as a secondary granting stream, especially when the value in kind are for intangible benefits. So as we go to sit down with Canadian Heritage and prepare our 2015 grant application for $200,000 so we can bring Al YY to Kitchener, we need to be able to demonstrate that the people of the City of Kitchener believe in this event to the point that they put a little bit of skin in the game, a little bit of dollars and cents into the game. And if that requires us to retool our VIK structure or even engage in further conversations, we are open and amenable to do it because fundamentally we did this for the City of Kitchener. And we want to continue to do this with the City of Kitchener and hopefully figure out ways that we can further bring more collaborative partners on and continue to grow the excitement and the energy that is incumbent in Kitchener's downtown core that aligns with the future and also aligns with the current development strategy. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask you the same question I asked the last delegation. You were just mentioning that the dollars and cents, you were talking a little bit versus in kind. If we only had $5,000 to give you, would you prefer that to be in cash or in kind? Because you were talking about leveraging one way or the other,
absolutely.
right?
And I've just learned that word, leveraging. I'm like, of course. I think that strategically the best way to present it, to manage the optics upwards through the other layers of government, in an ideal scenario would be a half VIK, half cash contribution. Because then at least we can say to the Ontario government, hey, this is how much we got when we applied to the OAC and the other initiatives. And we can say to the federal government, hey, we got $2,500 from the City of Kitchener from a startup event. This is an incredible contribution. We want to ask for $200,000, for example, to the Canadian Heritage.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm not clear. You're happy with 5,000, but you want for 2,500 in cash.
All right, we just need some cash to be able to demonstrate to the other layers of government that this community is fiscally invested beyond value in kind. Because as you'll see, our value in kind contributions won't be cashed theoretically until November, and mostly our internal cost centers anyway for the city, road closures, permits, etc.
So if you get the 2,500 in cash and 2,500 in kind, how do you spend the in-kind money? Well, how does that work?
Well, that will, in generally, it'll probably go to cover the road closures, the permitting, the staffing and volunteers from a city perspective. We have within that line item a printing element for print collaterals, postering, and some of those. So what we would do is scale back the printing piece and potentially go to somebody like an Environmental Digital Printers and make them our official sponsors, and they'd provide the VIK for the printing allocation. Hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks a lot, David. And with the incredible energy that you saw, is there any sense of the measurement of success in terms of the numbers of people?
Absolutely. There were 3 key areas to Night Shift for those who were not able to come and join us on event night. You will be there next year. We had the Duke Street block, and that attracted about 2,500 to 3,000. We had the Queen up to the PUC building, which is where our offices are. We had a concert there. That probably attracted about another 2,500. And then we had the audience at what we call the Bike Shift near the Art Gallery and Center in the Square. Now, there were a lot of people in Center in the Square who came out the night of. Can I claim all of them? No. But I would say that at least 1,000 of the people who came out of Center in the Square stopped, either participated with the Bike Fest, which was sponsored by the City of Kitchener's Bike Initiative, or participated in some of those other things. So we're looking at a first-year attendance of somewhere between $6,000 and $7,000, or 6,000 and 7,000 people. Now keep in mind, London has a Nuit Blanche, branded Nuit Blanche. I don't know how much they pay for it. I do know, but I won't share. Guelph has a Nuit Blanche. Both first-year initiatives attracted under 3,000 people to their events. So this city and this community, even though we didn't have the benefit of the internationally known brands, even though we didn't have the hundreds of thousands of dollars that it usually takes, between the event team at the city, the stakeholders, and our staff who just killed themselves, quite frankly, we're able to over-deliver by 200, 300% versus the branded competitor.
Thanks.
So I would think that's pretty good. Our anticipation is we should be able to take that number to double it, potentially triple it for 2014.
Excellent work. Thank you, David. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion.
You want to move a motion? Okay, because she would ask me to move. Okay. Councillor Gazzola has a question to staff.
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff, we don't really care if it's cash or in kind. It's the same thing. So why don't we give this group $5,000 in cash? They apparently feel they can get much more leverage out of cash. They're going to spend the $5,000 with us. So what? It's no difference on our bottom line. So why don't we give them $5,000 in cash?
We'll get Renata.
Renata's going to answer it.
Oh. All right, I'll get you in right now. Here you go.
Through the chair, the amount is the same. The committee made the recommendation based on there will indeed be in kind, and it's better the city manages those costs when we keep the money back. But if council decides to do it in a split, that's no concern.
Yeah, if we learn that we can trust these people, we should be able to do that. And if they follow us up once, that's it. Thank you.
What's that?
I can go first and then I'll bring mine.
Okay. Councillor Glenn Graham.
I guess Councillor Galloway-Sealock is bringing forward a motion.
Well, I was just going to bring forward what David had suggested would be his preference with 2,500 cash and 2,500 in kind. So that was going to be my motion.
Okay, I mean, if that passes, great. If not, I'll bring forward something else.
Okay. We don't have any further questions for you, David, but I just wanted to make a comment that I did attend. I didn't get a chance to say yes. I did attend to the part of the PUC, and I was very impressed with, being that it was a very, very cold night, that many folks did come out. So
we're hopeful that this year it won't be so cold, because it was kind of like we felt like it's been cold since Night Shift until today. Yeah. So our hope is that next year we get a really warm night and it sets the tone for a really warm winter. Okay. But then we'll have water issues, so maybe I take that all back.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So that is the conclusion for the delegations. We do have Mr. May is going to put on the projector all of the the motions that have been forward for each, or what has not been put forward by staff, or what has been put forward by staff. So, Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I thought maybe I'd make sure everybody understands what I put together and just quickly run through it. And then I do have two overall comments before council begins its deliberations. So as I understand it, and I'm certainly open to being corrected, what you see in front of you outlines the potential changes that council has indicated throughout the day. So on the World Religions Conference, there was a motion to increase, to provide them with a $200 grant. Council indicated they'd like to defer consideration of the 12 angry filmmakers. There was a motion to increase the Pakistan-Canada Association grant by $1,000 in cash. There was a motion to defer the Geek Art Show. There was a motion to consider an increase to Neruda's grant of $7,000 in cash, and that was to be deferred so that special events could look at funding it through their operational budget. There was a motion to provide the Coalition for Refugee and Immigrant Concerns with a $2,000 cash grant instead of in kind. And then the final motion was to split the grant to the night shift event so that $2,500 would be in cash and $2,500 would be in kind. To remind council, the unallocated funding in the Tier 2 pod is about $1,300. And as you can see, I've summarized the three items for which staff will give further consideration and report back to council at the next meeting. The two cautions I want to provide to council before you begin your deliberation. The first being that when we look to the special events operating grant for potential funding of these types of events, we create challenges in future years because it's simply not sustainable. So what we do is create an expectation in the community that they'll get that same level of funding in future years, and that's not something that's been built into the special events budget. So it may meet a need this year, but I suspect what we'll do is create a whole bunch of appeals next year when we can't meet that level of funding. The other caution I would provide is that's particularly true for groups such as Neruda that are eligible to move to Tier 1. Because what happens is when a group is eligible to move to Tier 1, they move to Tier 1 and take their funding with them. So I don't remember the exact, was say $15,000. If council found a way to increase their grant to $15,000, what happens is that next year they'll likely be part of Tier 1 and they'll take $15,000 away from the Tier 2 pot. And so I think you just need to keep in mind that a decision this year on a grant like that has significant impacts in terms of future funding.
Thank you for that, Mr. May. Councillor Urbanovich, do you have something to comment on?
Well, I guess a question and then just, well, two questions. One, in terms of a process. So are you going to go through these one by one? Is that your intention?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second question would be to staff from a funding point of view. I guess I see a number of potential pots where this can potentially come from. I mean, some of it could come from the special events or economic development funding, and we'll hear back from that next week. Some of it could potentially come from funding we have in the kitchen utilities, I believe, has some sponsorship allocation dollars, and maybe staff can respond to that as a possible source of funding. And then I don't know if there's any other ideas, if Mr. Chapman has anything that he might suggest. I have a number of comments to make, but I'll wait until we get to the motions.
So I'm just click on Mr. May. Go ahead, Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on the specific idea of the funding available for Kitchener Utilities, I think that would actually be taking a backwards approach to how to use those funds. Those funds, to ensure maximum use, should really be left for kitchen utilities to staff to decide where should they be invested in order to support their brand, not where is a community need and then we'll pigeonhole funding to mean it. It really should start with what are the objectives, what are the best use of those funds, and then allocate them.
Okay, do we have any other further questions? Scott, Councillor Davey?
And sorry, Chair, so we can just ask general questions about anything of staff at this point? Is that
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll ask questions to staff before we, because I see that there's a few other members here that.
Sure, I'll have comments after as well, but okay. On questions, I just wanted to confirm the increased funding of Tier 2 grants from last year to this year, was it 1.5%? Go ahead and while we're looking that up, I'll just ask my second question then too. With respect to Neruda, I could be wrong, but I thought and maybe it was in the report and I missed it, but I thought the grant approval for the previous year of $15,000 was at the time made as some sort of one-time increase. Does staff have any recollection of that?
Through the chair, it was not recommended as one-time or as ongoing. It was just an increase. There was no details provided.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The grant to Neruda?
Right.
It wasn't approved as a one-time grant only. It wasn't approved as ongoing either, but I think the implication might have been. But it wasn't one time.
Okay, so prior to 2013, do you recall what the amount was in the 2012 amount?
I believe the prior year was $12,000. Neruda Arts, from starting in 2003, which was 2,000, it went up. They did not apply every year. And in 2011, it was 12,000. 2012, they did not apply. And in 2013, it was 15 approved by council, but it wasn't approved as one time.
Okay. Oh, 155, thank you.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to respond to Councillor Davies' initial question. The Tier 2 pot actually has gone up 20% from last year to this year, and that is as a result, you may recall the council directed a significant portion of the Safe and Healthy grant previous budget to be put into Tier 2. I can tell you that also over the past 6 years, funding for Tier 2 grants has increased by about $75,000.
Okay. And last question, and I really respect council looking for a place to fund this as opposed to just going over budget. But if staff could comment on the I guess you can't really comment on the implications of looking at, for example, Neruda, if it were to be funded of special events, that creates an unclear picture going forward in terms of sustainability. So is that something that would come back to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair. You're right, that is the number one issue, as I indicated earlier, is sustainability. What staff would intend to do is to take the three groups listed on the bottom of your screen, have some discussions amongst staff, and look at are there opportunities to fund some of this through the special events budget. I suspect, as Mr. Regier identified earlier, we might be able to find some, but not all of what you're looking for. But I come back to the fact that what we're doing is creating an unsustainable level, because as an example, when Neruda goes to Tier 1, they will not, there's not enough money in Tier 2 because we found it from special events.
Right, so I'll be looking for that, depending on what council does, then I guess, to be clear, I'll be looking for that to come back to council to say, no, as a Tier 2 funding source, we're going to approve what staff approved, and anything over and above has nothing to do with Tier 2s that it can't be carried over. Is that something we can look at?
Certainly that, if I understand you correctly, that would be staff's position. I suspect you'll have a delegation here that evening.
Okay. I'll have comment as well. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Just need a refresher, unfortunately, on where some of the Tier 2 funding comes from and how it's downloaded, I guess would be the best word to describe it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and certainly Ms. Willems can correct me or expand if necessary. Basically, what we do is council had a report before you earlier that approves the overall grant pot of funding for grants in 2014. Tier 1 is then assigned, and the remainder of that pot is left for things like Tier 2, and there's a few other much smaller pots.
Okay, so, but the money is essentially comes in through the tax base. Doesn't come in through any other initiatives?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, just further with Mr. May in terms of his response, just trying to get a better understanding and using the Noranda example of you're in Tier 2 and you say their potential to go up to Tier 1 and they are anticipating it taking that 15,000 or whatever may be more up with them. That doesn't happen as you pointed out, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my point on that is, so let's take last year's grant. They received $15,000. If they went to Tier 1, they would take that funding with them, and the Tier 2 pot would be reduced by $15,000.
Okay, now you've clarified that. Okay, so in Tier 1, there's only a handful of organizations in that. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Renata.
Through the chair, no, there's quite a number. If you include the minor sports groups, there's probably about 65. That's actually where the bulk of the grant money is. It's over $2 million. That's in December we come to council with those allocations, and they're within the budget guidelines. It was about 1.25%. And then as Mr. May had said, everything remaining gets divvied up to the in-kind facility grants, the minor sports grants, and then the Tier 2. And what is remaining? But those Tier 1 groups are the bulk of the grant funds.
Okay, appreciate that. Then looking at the chart that you have here in front, assuming that we support the numbers 1 to 10, except for the ones that don't have the money allocated in there, there's $1,288 that is unallocated, as you pointed out. And then there's the three groups at the bottom that you're going to review and bring back, and that could increase the unallocated to several thousands of dollars, which we don't know what it is right now. That's correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, right now there is $1,288 unallocated within the grant pot the council can use in any way you see fit, and there won't be any budgetary impact. It's already there. I would suggest to you that the only two specific additions that we have in front of us today are the $200 for the World Religions Conference and the $1,000 for the Pakistan-Canada Association. So that could be covered under the unallocated without any additional budget impact. The additional budget impact will come when staff comes back and comments on those three ones that are being deferred.
Okay.
And we do not expect that the special events budget will find a way to cover all three of those requests.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Verbanovich, is it a question to staff? Okay.
Councillor Davey was starting to go at this question, which was sort of the assumed increase in funding. And for most of these grants, I gather the assumption was that they were staying the same. In other words, there wasn't an increase from one year to the next on them. But is it true that our fees, even for our own things at the city, whether we're talking about rentals, whether we're talking about the cost of road closures and so on, have gone up by several percent?
Yes, it's correct. Some of those fees would have gone up.
So in other words, in effect, it's resulting in a cut in funding to these organizations.
I think that's one perception. What I would say is that we have a limited amount of money for the Tier 2 budget. Staff have brought a recommendation forward that fits within that budget. It's up to council to decide whether to stay in that budget or not.
Fair enough. Mr. Regier, if we had to start putting on some of these events that come into the city on our own, could we even remotely do it at the same level if we had to start paying for all these, instead of volunteers in the community that are doing much of this work, we had to start paying staff to do all this stuff? Would it be possible?
Mr. Regier?
Well, as Isabel said, that's a trick question, isn't it? Yeah, that's a. We have a fully deployed team working at our event portfolio, and I see Hillary's up in the chambers here listening. She's got an extremely active portfolio of 100 plus musical performances and many other art events in the downtown over the next 6 months or so planned. And so your question, the answer to your question is that clearly we would require additional resources in order to make this type of portfolio events happen. I guess more to the point, what we see happening particularly with the programming related to the arts is that the community is introducing new and creative opportunities for animation of our city that we might not have otherwise anticipated. So there's an element of surprise in the projects being brought forward. Think about Night Shift last year, for example, where literally they dreamt up the project and delivered the project in the fall, much to the surprise of all of our stakeholders. So we simply wouldn't have had the bandwidth to pull that off.
Right, and just to get very specific with my question, and I'm in no way suggesting I think we have a very effective special events area of excellent staff doing a great job, but I guess my point is it fair to say that it's less expensive for a municipality where it can to do special events that are possible with the help of community volunteers than it is with paid staff?
Yeah, undoubtedly, the level of volunteer contribution here that's been harnessed through these initiatives is far and beyond what we could have done if we had to pay all of our staff to do the work.
And I guess the last question I'd have then is, if all of a sudden some of these events stopped happening in the city, so if Night Shift didn't happen, if Pakistan Canada Festival didn't happen, some of the Neruda events didn't happen, there are things, so some of the things that are bringing people downtown and generating revenues for the city, like in our parking enterprise and so on, would those be lost revenues to the municipality? So in other words, we'd be hurting ourselves in some respects?
Yeah, the lost revenue potential, particularly for parking, is unclear, and we'd have to take a close look at how much revenue is actually brought in through for parking and that sort of thing. I think the larger point is that the animation of the downtown is really good for our economy. It's extremely closely aligned with our economic development strategy, and it's vital for our ability to attract and retain the kind of talent that we see our economy hungry for. So every day we have testimonials from people in the community who are excited by what's happening in our city, and even in probably the last 24 hours, I've had 3 or 4 people tell me personally that they're moving to the city from other cities because they're excited about what's going on here. So the event portfolio that's emerging out of the community is undoubtedly strengthening our ability to attract and retain talent as an economy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. And a follow-up to Councillor Vervanovich's question. It's just in the last little bit of what Mr. Regier just said. Mr. Regier, so you're really connecting these events that do happen with some of the funding that the city does provide in assisting as an economic generator as well as talent attraction, correct?
Absolutely.
So other than special events fund that we may have some money in there, being an economic development generator, do we not have monies in our economic development fund or some kitty where we do have some monies allocated for stimulation to economic initiatives?
We have got some some discretionary funds that we use for marketing, and we do have some resources in professional services. At this stage in the year, usually all of those resources are allocated. Some of them are already allocated to downtown event programming through the downtown team, and the work that particularly Hillary is doing, and there. So I guess at this stage in the year, we've got most of the year planned out. However, what we've said is that we'll go back over the next week and have some discussions and determine exactly how much is required and whether or not there is flexibility within the current programming. There is no doubt that that there will be an impact if we go to, for example, the special events development budget for some of this. There will be an impact on some of our ability to innovate in the rest of our event portfolio. What I would suggest is that we may want to, we'll do what we can in the next week, bring forward a recommendation to you in 2 weeks, and then prepare ourselves for a bit of a conversation leading up into the 2015 budget about how we can use the resources that we have available and what the appropriate scale of resources that we need to animate this this city.
So there's some additional options that could be brought forward. But that's where my question further was going to lead to. Where's the end? Do we really have a strategy aligned to this? Or year after year, the argument will continue to be made, well, these events are good, they animate the downtown, they're, help towards economic development, talent attraction, so on and so on, which all those, points are very valid. But then what's the end? Do we really have a strategy aligned to it where we set a cap and say this is where our resources will be related to? Or do we continue to, use that argument to, raise the ceiling on this?
Well, Mr. Singh, let me comment on that. Councillor Singh, excuse me. I've been thinking through that as the same comments that you've been making, and I was planning on looking at on council meeting and bringing something forward to that.
So that was going to be my last bit, especially for Mr. Regier. Apart from looking for some alternate options for some additional funding, that it be tied to some sort of an economic development strategy, if that's the direction we're going. But we can't continue to just keep on tying to an argument, which, true, but then, we have to have a formalized strategy rather than just each year increasing by thousands, which we've seen that on. Well, anyways, I'll make some additional comments afterward.
Okay, I don't disagree with you on that. I agree with you totally. Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just make one final comment. What I would suggest to you is that Council did exactly what Councillor Singh is suggesting. You set a hard target in terms of the Tier 2 grant. We've brought you recommendations that are within that target.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. This line of questioning is kind of interesting because I hadn't really thought about the economic development funds, and I know that we've found money in that pot for other things. How much partnering do we do with these organizations? In other words, have we ever been able to quantify the cost of our events staff working with some of these organizations when they're hosting events at the City Hall or any of the city-owned venues?
Yes, we very rarely are the major funder of any event. By and large, our funding leverages significant resources from other sources. And as Councillor Verbanovich was saying, there are significant volunteer resources that are harnessed as a result of relatively modest contribution on behalf of the city in terms of cash. And I think so, in a nutshell, we're always a minor funder of the programs, and we get generally terrific value for it. In answer to Councillor Singh's brief question, I would say that the more exciting our city is, the more able we are to compete with cities like San Francisco, New York, and Toronto global talent. So I'd suggest we're getting excellent value for the investment that we make, by and large.
Okay, but that's kind of not where I was trying to go with the question,
I'm
actually.
sorry if I
That's all right.
misunderstood.
You've given me another answer, which is fine. I guess maybe I should have been more specific in terms of when I'm talking about partnering, what is the cost to our special events staff for something like the World Refugee Day? Because that was hosted here at City Hall. Is there a cost to us at the city for that staff to participate, set up, and help organize that event?
Absolutely, yeah. Now I understand. Yes, absolutely. There is a cost. There's a real cost to the city, and we charge it as a result. That's what the in-kind contribution is.
Right.
So that's where we will charge an hourly rate for all of the staff that we have involved in a project. And in fact, we will charge for the event space and the repair if there are damages and that sort of thing.
Okay, so and that's what I kind of thought that was the in-kind, but I wasn't sure if that was always the in-kind. And I do think that there is a definite benefit to all of these groups, and it's been recognized all around here that the volunteers that organize these events are taking a substantial weight off of our shoulders in terms of having another event to plan, another event to plan, another event to plan, so that they do create that animation. I do have some comments afterwards. I think that was the only question I had.
Mayor Zaire?
The issue here is not how much you spend, although that obviously is an issue, but I think we're getting off track a little bit in terms of if you start picking an area where you can find some money to pay for a particular program or event, you lose sight of the big picture. And so I think some of the questions that have been asked, and or by virtue of the statements as well, that council needs to come to grips with how much they're going to spend on events, period. If in fact some of it is deemed to be from an economic development standpoint, then make an allocation on an annual basis from an economic development department or fund. But do not start picking individual things out of economic development, because you are just covering it up. It's a shell game, and you lose sight of what all is being spent. By having it all go through either Tier 1 or Tier 2, you have some control. But you immediately lose control over this because, you can rationalize it till the cows come home as to something coming out of this fund or that fund because there's a little bit of a surplus over here and so on. And it's a thin edge of the wedge in terms of losing control there. So we collectively have to make a decision. If there is anything in economic development, how much you're willing to put over to the Tier 2. But do not start picking and choosing and cherry picking individual items to be paid for from one of these accounts. It's a very dangerous step to take.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you. We are in comments, correct?
Well, not really.
Comments? Okay.
I want to
clicked in for comment.
move things forward. We're falling behind. It's already at 3:30. We started 20 minutes late, so I would like to move this forward. I'm not scolding you. I'm just letting it. And just before I get to you, Councillor Gazzola, is it a question?
No, we're getting into comments, but
Okay. All right. I want to put a hold on the comments for now. What I want to do is I want to go through each item, and I want to get a consensus through committee as to limit the comments made per each item to each councillor to have 1 or 2 minutes. Councillor Gazzola?
Well, I'd like to give my comments. My comments cover the whole kit and caboodle.
The whole kick?
Rather than having a comment with each item, I'll give you my comments. And you know
That was my original thought, but
Yeah, no.
I was thinking maybe I would have a difficult. So okay, that's fine. So I think we should go through all this, and then we'll have everyone do their comments at the end. Okay.
Well, I'd like to give my comments first.
Right now, first.
Yeah.
All right.
That'll
Okay.
save a lot of.
Okay, so let's line up. You're first, Councillor Gazzola.
All right. I want to start off by saying that communities grants have one tremendous impact on our community. Over my experience in 40 years, I can tell you that the councils of the day have spent more time dealing with grants than any other topic, and it has an impact. It impacts all sections of our community. So it's an important thing to deal with. I want to start off by saying I agree with the committee and our staff people. They've done their job. They've done a fine job, excellent job. If I disagree with some of their findings, that doesn't mean that I'm second guessing them. They've done a fine job. But the buck stops with council. So we get good advice from consultants, from staff, from everybody, and that's fine. Sometimes we have to say thank you very much, but now we have to make our decisions because we are accountable, not staff, not lay committees. So I have no problems. I think they had a budget. They came in with within $1,200. Excellent job. I want to build on what Mayor Zaris said. I don't want to see us robbing all these other budgets. It really bothers me that here, a month or so after we've finalized our budget, to find out, oh, we got money here, we got money there. No, these things should stand on their own. We shouldn't be going around, or we need to look at them all at the same time. But we need to, quite frankly, we've set those other budgets, they're done. Now they have to look after what they have to do for the year. I can see that there's a great correlation between a lot of these things that we do and economic development. And so maybe we need to spend some time in discussing that. But in the final analysis, that's one area, this is another area. So I personally, I'm prepared to support most of those things on the list. And I know it will cause an over-expenditure in that budget. But it's not going to be a major over-expenditure, and I'm prepared to live with that over-expenditure. If we can get through the whole year with all our other budgets with the same kind of over-expenditure, I will be satisfied that we've done a good job. So, in conclusion, I think there have been a lot of good cases made here, and I'm prepared to support them. As far as future years, as to the shifting between Tier 1 and Tier 2, I have every confidence that we can deal with it, and we can deal with it fairly in the future years. End of story.
Okay. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I too want to thank staff for their work on this. We only got a few of the applications, and we see how thick this is, so I imagine how thick the full stack was. Couple comments on that, though. I mean, there were some questions on some concerns about the number of delegates coming and that sort of thing. But just some feedback for the nominating committee from my vantage going forward. And the first one being, I think we really need to scrutinize adding grants to new organizations when it comes to the cost or the reduction of others. That's something that I think we start to get into trouble with in general terms. Also, even though it was a relatively small amount, we were marketing our grants, and I think obviously the demand far exceeds the supply, so perhaps we could spend less dollars in marketing and use that extra money towards actually granting the money out. In general terms, I'm actually not that. I was concerned we'd end up in a worse place than we actually are in terms of being over budget, but having said that, the buck does stop with council, but the other reality is we've increased this budget year over year by 11%. And even with that increased 11%, what we're doing today, if everything gets approved here, we're adding another 4% on top of that over budget. And I think that to lead by example, we always expect our staff to work within the budgets we give them. I think that the difficulty here is council has to work within the budget they have. There is an extra $1,288 in there. I'm more than happy to spend that, giving that back to the community. I do have concerns about the $7,000 to Neruda. That's the bulk of the over expenditure, so I won't be supporting that. As for the discussion regarding economic development, I think that definitely the groups there can work with economic development staff. I do not want to see a simple granting of monies from economic development department. That doesn't seem to make any sense. If there's some synergies with respect to the Kitchener Studio project, et cetera, absolutely. But I won't be supporting any, as Mayor Zare said, shell game funding. That's going to end up having a long-term unsustainable nature. So again, just to clarify, I will be supporting all of the motions here with the exception of Neruda because that just is too far in excess of budget.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate that the discipline that the committee showed in approaching this and trying to work with a budget. I'm glad that we have increased our expenditure in this area year over year because I do believe that there is no greater value to our community. And these groups represent our community writ in small. Basically, they are a cross-section of all good things that are going on, and they continue to expand. They represent not only the diversity but the growth of our community, and I think they represent the energy and vision of our community. So I do believe that we need to fund it appropriately, and certainly I'm supportive of all the recommendations that are here. I do believe that we can find the cash for all these things, even if it means going over budget. That means that we need to grow our budget, and that includes the Tier 1 grants, I believe, as well. To Mr. May's point, and it's a valid one, if we have a vision here, we need to fund it appropriately. There are implications to any decision we make, so we have to be prepared to fund that appropriately, and I'm happy to do that. I think that is absolutely true, because I do believe that we shouldn't poach from other groups that are in Tier 1. I do think that we should fund them. And in terms of the transparency point and accountability that Mayor Zare raised, it's absolutely true. We talk a lot about transparency here at the city, and we need to really be clear about the buckets we're taking this money from. I do appreciate the flexibility that Mr. Regier is showing here in looking at this, but we can't look at this as a cash cow. We have to look at this as something as a repositioning of our priorities and saying, let's find the money somehow, and if that means economic development can step up, wonderful. If it means that we have to go over budget and increase our budget in this, then that's the appropriate thing to do, and I'm happy to support that. So I think for a lot of reasons we should carry on with the work that we're doing, and we should revisit these things. I'll support all the motions on the table, and I think that we have some real credit as all the groups that have come forward, and it's too bad we can't fund them all, but I think it's appropriate that we don't fund some of them that the group has decided not to for different reasons. You've established some really good stringent criteria, and I think that we need to hold a high standard, and you've done that. So I think we need to be able to have some flexibility and support the motions that are here today.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. And I do really have to thank staff for their hard work too, because they really are the ones that have to do the brunt of the work. They have to look through these applications and do the tough job, which is say no or less. Something that this council has a very difficulty doing at times. Saying no or saying less is okay as well. There's no doubt that all the work that these groups, these applicants that come forward in the community, they make our community more vibrant. They make it a better place to live. They increase and better the quality of life of our residents here. But the fact is, we had set a target. We have set a budget. And it's very easy to say it's okay to go over budget or let's look for monies elsewhere. That right after we completed a budget, which was very difficult. And we had the same voices early on, just a couple months ago, which were setting a very tough target towards the budget as well. And we were arguing at that point over a couple $100 or $1,000 at that point. And now we're saying, it's okay, we can find 10,000 here, we can find another 1,000 there. No, we have to stay realist. We have to stay fair to our taxpayers as well. If we're going to increase, I don't mind it. I think this is a prudent conversation to have, but that's during the budget process, not right after. And that's what I have to kind of question this process as well, for granting process. We can't be looking at allocating and looking for additional monies right after we set the budget. This is a conversation we should be having during budget. If there are other applicants that are coming to the granting process, or applicants are looking for increased money, they should be coming towards us delegations during the budget process, not after. Because of that aspect of it, I can't support any increase above the 1,288 that's already there.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to provide some clarification to Councillor Singh's last comment. It certainly was, going back just a little over 5 years ago, the practice that we would set aside a full day with council before the final budget and go through every single application, and I'll allow those around the horseshoe who sat through those comment on that. What I can tell you is that the process that was changed 5 years ago, the process we have today, is seen as a much better process because it does set a hard target, and frankly it was much more difficult previously when all of these applicants were coming in. So simply, that's a change that's just happened and is looked upon favorably, certainly from staff's perspective.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, and I too want to thank staff for all of the work they have done in implementing a process that ultimately this council approved. I think, as Councillor Gazzola pointed out, at the end of the day, staff have done that. They've done a fine job along with the citizen reps that have been on the committee. But fundamentally, there's an appeal process. So if there is an appeal process, the mechanism and the buck stops with council, as Councillor Gazzola indicated. For me, what this boils down to is that the kinds of grassroots organizations and events that we're talking about here are the foundation upon which our community is built upon. It's an investment in some of the key organizations that are making our community the kind of livable place that we're all reading about and priding ourselves in. Anytime we see something on CNN or the New York Times or whatever, everybody's posting it on Facebook, sending out tweets, all that kind of thing, myself included. But it's this kind of investment that's helping lead to those stories, because we're building the kind of community that other communities, quite frankly, are becoming the envy of. These investments are allowing us to make really a significant investment in the building of our community's human and social capital. And the reality is, and I wasn't trying to put Mr. Regier on the spot, but the reality is that we can do that they can do this rather for a lot less than we can. Councillor Gazzola and Mayor Zare will actually, I don't even think Mayor Zare will remember, but Councillor Gazzola will remember from his staff days when we went the route of trying to do all this stuff externally, and we hired a consultant that was supposed to create 2 festivals for us, and I think we spent like $250,000, and quite frankly, neither of those festivals exist today. And the lesson that was learned through that is where success happens is where it happens at the grassroots level, and it nurtures and grows from there. I've talked about price and value of things before, and the total price of what we're talking about may end up being $10,000 or $15,000. The value of what we're talking about to the community is probably in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. Just looking at the cost of today, and that's part of the cost of doing business and the cost of democracy. We probably spent, in all of our collective time, close to $4,000 just on all of the people sitting around the 2 horseshoes. So let's just keep all of that in. Let's keep all of that in perspective as we're trying to deal with this in a $100 million plus budget.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, just quickly echo some of the comments and thank staff and the community group for their hard work on this. I want to, just before I make my comments, that I want to reiterate that all the groups that apply for grants are doing great work in our community and increase the quality of life that we all enjoy here in the city of Kitchener. So having said that, I will support the deferrals that are on the table. However, it's not likely I'll support them when they come back. We spent a budget penny pinching, and now we're willing to overspend. We set the budget. We need to live within our means, as we expect staff to do every single day. What do we do around this horseshoe when staff come and ask for more money or when it's over budget? We just have to look at our reports later on today with our budget and some of the over expenditures. We're going to go at staff and at them and at them. And now we're sitting here and saying, well, it's our prerogative. Let's increase the budget. It's really ironic, some of the people that's coming from, those comments. Because we worked so hard to set a budget. Now is not the time to increase. The time to do that is during the budget session. And maybe that's what needs to come out of this, is that we need to give direction to staff that they need to look at the funding requests that we've received over the years, and we need to set maybe a better budget come 2015. And maybe we set a policy that says something about it increases 2% every year, or whatever that rate of inflation is every year. And then we have to live within that budget. I just don't see how we can sit around the horseshoe and say, you want to know what, we're going to go over budget, we're going to overspend, we're going to find the money somewhere. Yet there's going to be a staff person standing in front of us, if not today, 2 weeks from today, saying we're not on budget, and a tender's going to come in and say it's not on budget, and we're going to question them, and we're going to question them, and we're going to question them. I think the other thing, that the optics again of coming forward and appealing, it's definitely a mechanism that's there, but we continue to set that precedent that if you come forward, that you're likely going to get more money, and I don't think that that's a precedent that we should set. I definitely will support the ones where we're trading cash and in kind, because at the end of the day, that doesn't end up hurting the budget in the long run. But I really think we need to think long and hard on the message that we are giving staff when we can sit here and say, and I know I've repeated myself 3 times, but that we can overspend and it's okay, but it's not okay for them to do it.
What was that? Councillor Yaneski?
A lot of the comments that I was going to make have been echoed here already by several councillors, and the opening comments by Councillor Gazzolo I also echo as well. All the programs funds that have been appealed to us are worthy in their own way, and they are good. You know, I like to spend all the money that they've been requested because I think it probably has value to it. However, we're also committed to dealing with OPM, other people's money, which is the taxpayer money, and we have to be accountable to them as well. And it's a balancing act. How much do you give versus how much you're going to take from the taxpayer at the same time, and that becomes a challenge for us. I do also have to agree with the comment that was made that volunteers are cheaper than paid staff. And when you look at the report, there are many volunteers who contribute in their own way, and even stuff that is done in kind ends up being done by staff, and there's an hourly rate based on that. And again, it's probably costing more than having those volunteers do the job of cleaning up or putting tables away or whatever it is that needs to be done. But at the same time, they may not be able to get all the volunteers to do all that particular work. I think I'm prepared to support some of the stuff, but not all of it. Some of it is worthy, and I think that's basically the way to go. The deferral items I will support, but I think we really still have to look at the bottom line. Where's the money all coming from? Of course, it's the general taxpayer.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. It continues to impress me by the amount of events and the number of community groups that come forward every year with all of the initiatives that they create and they bring to our community to make our community vibrant and animated, and all of the things that our economic development that we spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing, they do it on, and it's something somebody was saying today earlier, one of the delegations, on a shoestring budget. The concern comes out when we've given a budget to fund these community grants, and I guess the argument could be made that maybe we're not putting enough into that budget, and you know, is there another pot of money here, there, or everywhere that we should be pulling from? But if we want to continue the vibrancy of our downtown and even our outlying areas, because some of these festivals don't just happen in downtown, they happen in different community centers, we have to remember that there's a cost to that, whether it's volunteers or it's, you know, funding that they need for their event. So the difficulty comes when we say at our budget time, you know, we want, this is our line, this is where we're not going to go past that. So maybe part of the difficulty here we have here is that we should be, I know we approve our community grants before the budget, and maybe our appeals should be done before we get into budget. I understand that could be putting some time constraints on staff, but I think I'd rather have the discussion before budget and understand where we are than to do this and have all the discussion saying we're going to be over budget by this much, let's defer this, let's move this around, because I don't think that's a wise way of moving forward on this. It gives the community groups, they must be sitting on tenterhooks from the time they send in their first grant application until they've gone through the process, till they've gone through the appeal process. So, I mean, it must be a very difficult, challenging time for them. So I'm not sure where I'm going to say. Certainly, I mean, staying within the funding, I think I will support that. That's very clear. The other little piece here, and I want to make sure I'm staying within my time frame, is my understanding is that it's staff with some community members, but we are having a difficult time having community members stay on this review committee. And I think it's important for any of the delegations that have been here today, or any of the people who are part of all of these organizations, to send in their applications, because it needs to be both staff and peer who are reviewing these grant applications. It cannot just be one-sided. I strongly encourage any of the community members who are here today to find out how they can send in their applications. So I think the more people who are looking at this, many hands make small work. So I think that some of it can definitely be looked at as economic development. Whether that's where the funding should come from, I'll see what happens when we hear next week or 2 weeks from our economic development staff. Thank you.
Mayor Zaire.
Thank you very much, and I'll just make very brief comments. I concur. Earlier on, there wasn't any mention made of the lake people who serve on this committee, and I think they need to be given great credit for it as well, because they are doing it for nothing. And I agree that the changing from in-kind to cash, I don't have a problem with that. Obviously, there's be some administrative, not guarantees, but administrative checks and balances put into that. I will not be able to support most of this for a number of reasons that have already been stated. I'm not going to go into all of that. I think that it's a process that we need to follow a little bit more closely than we have in the past couple of years.
Okay, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, not a comment. I already made my comment, just a correction because it's recorded. I earlier stated that the budget from 2013 to 2014 went up 11% because I thought it was $20,000. It's actually $26,000. So the budget actually went up 19% from last year to this year for Tier 2 grants.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank all of staff and the project team. I know that they've done a lot of work and they've done a lot of heavy lifting, and they made a lot of tough decisions in regarding who receives these grants. And I know we all want to support these organizations because they are a lot of them are remarkable and they bring a lot of value to our community. And they create a quality of life to Kitchener that we want for our residents. But the reality here, there is only so much funding to go around, and we can't possibly fund everyone. I think it's easy for committee to cherry pick, especially to those organizations that appeal just to look good in the eyes of the public. That approach, I feel, also does not take the whole process into context as a whole. Finally, I fear it sends a message to organizations. If you appeal the project team's decision, then committee, then we're just going to give you the funding because we want to look good, which really undermines the whole process. And being an election year, I think only magnifies that. So with that, I want to move forward with these items. So we're going to go one by one. And Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one note. I think what committee should likely do is take the recommendation found on page 9.1 of the staff report, because what's on the screen is only a very select few of the grants. So I would suggest you take the recommendation in the staff report and amend it accordingly based on the decisions you make on the screen.
Very good suggestion. Okay. We will go with that on the premise of what these amendments are. Pardon me? You'll move that? Okay. The recommendation. Okay. So with that, we'll have the amendment for item number 1. Let me get to your screen here because mine's a little... Oops. Councillor Glenn Graham will do a recorded vote, and Councillor Glenn Graham moves the first item here that we have on the World Religions Conference for an addition 200. So we'll have commence with our recorded vote. Can you give me the thumbs up when everyone's ready, Colin? Okay, that's carried. So can those all stand up who are in favor? Opposed? Okay. So the next item, I'm going to move all the deferral ones together. Okay. So the next item, we had staff's recommendation of the Coalition of Muslim Women of KW. We're going to move staff's recommendation. All covered on that. Okay. Okay. All right. So the next item would be item number 4, which is the Pakistan Canada Association, and it's to give them their request of whatever their funding is. I can't see it on my screen. Additional 1,000, and that was moved by Councillor Verbanovich. Recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand. Opposed? That's carried. Okay, item 7. So item number 9 would be the Community Coalition of Refugee and Immigrant Concerns, which is a cash of $2,000, and that was in kind, and that was moved by Councillor. Was that moved by yourself, Councillor Galloway Seelock? It's in cash. You want to do all the in-kind as cash? Okay, why don't we do 9 and 10 together? So that would be the Alternative Journal for night shift. And the Refuge and Immigrant Concerns. Yeah, together. Yes. All those stand? Are in favor? Opposed? I made a mistake. Okay. So in the remainder of the recommendation, because that's of the deferrals, sorry. All those in favor of the deferrals? Councillor Fernandez will move them. All those in favor, please stand up. Opposed? Now the remainder of the motion, of the recommendation.
Sorry, I didn't realize that the Neruda was part of the referrals, so I don't think we have to vote again, but if I could just be, well, I guess we'd have to vote again because it's separate from the other ones, which I was in favor of. So could we just vote again on Neruda specifically?
Okay,
right.
So all the deferrals were passed except for that item, which we'll do now. Record a vote. All those in favor, please stand up. Opposed? Okay. Okay. I can't. Is it a tie? Okay, so that's defeated. Do we have another motion on the floor?
There's no deferral on the floor, so I will. Okay, then that's fine.
So the balance.
Okay, balance of the report.
Voted against the deferrals because I'm prepared to deal with them today. Now, if I vote against the deferral for Neruda, what happens to Neruda?
Nothing. It just comes back with another context of where some of the funding may be. Isn't that what I...
Okay, well, that's... That's not what I wanted, okay? I was voting against deferrals, but I also do not want to see that one just thrown out as it is. So I would ask that that vote be taken again then.
Okay, Neruda individual. Okay.
Now, with all due respect, we just did one before.
Colin, can you comment on that, please?
Through the chair, the procedural bylaw does permit that if immediately after the results of the votes are shown, if someone has indicated they've made an error or mistake, and prior to any further action being taken, council does have the ability to retake the vote.
Okay. So we will retake the vote. Councillor Davey? Deferral of Neruda. Okay. Are you guys ready? The deferral of Neruda. Those in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried. Now the remainder. All those in favor, please stand up. They're not done yet. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And before everyone leaves, okay, in favor? Opposed? Okay, before everyone leaves, I just want to have a few questions to Mr. May regarding the Tier 2 grants. When was the last time staff has done a review on the Tier 2 grants?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that the new process has been in place for 5 years, and 2014 is the 6th year.
Okay. I think it would be a good idea if we can get consensus from committee that we ask staff to propose a review so we can figure out how we deal with appeals and et cetera and all that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can just make a couple of comments on that.
Sure.
It certainly is something staff has considered. It's at the 5-year mark. I think our caution is that any review of grants processes traditionally comes a massive undertaking. And our sense of it is that if there are changes to be made in terms of our grants process, it's tweaking in terms of process. And so we certainly, we have contemplated that type of a very small and focused review of the grants process itself, not some full-blown massive undertaking. Having said that, I would caution you that I think the system is working pretty well. For the past 5 years, we've had very few appeals. You had 10 appeals this year simply because we had more applicants than we have in previous years. So staff are open to a process to review the grants process, but would recommend not some massive undertaking.
You want to have it done? Just the process. Do we have a consensus with that? To have a review of the Tier 2 grants.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I would suggest, if this is a road council wants to go, it is likely a better idea to review our grants process overall, because there is a connection between Tier 2 and Tier 1. And so, as an example, one of the questions is moving from Tier 2 to Tier 1 and taking that funding with them. So if this is something council wishes, perhaps what we could do is scope out what this might look like and come back to council for your consideration, because this is, in some respects, be careful what you wish for. And so I think it might be a better idea to have some full details of the scope of a potential review before you make a decision.
Okay. Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest basically that before we authorize a review of the process, that staff come back with just a brief report on what we are really doing right now.
Okay.
And I would say if you want to revert back to the previous system on the Tier 2 grants, I'm glad I won't be around next year.
I don't want to revert. I just want to make sure that we make this a little more seamless and less political pressure than what it is right now, because I think there's a little bit of influence being in an election year. That's my concern. So, okay, I would recommend that. Go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we'd certainly appreciate a vote of council on this, because it's not a small amount of work we would have to complete.
No. Just there's no. First of all, we'll have NODA just a report just to see what we do already with the tier grants. That's what I'm going to ask, and we'll follow up with that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if all council is looking for is a reminder of the current process,
yeah,
I guess that's not a significant amount of work. I still maintain I'd appreciate a vote of council on it.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Carried. Okay. Next item on the agenda is just a discussion item concerning drinking water quality management standard, 2013 management review summary, and Ms. Mick is here to present on behalf of staff.
Mayor and Council, the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Management Summary is a document that has been brought forward for a number of years. The 2013 report has a similar format and meets the requirements of the standard to report to the owner, who is Council, on various items affecting the drinking water system. Are there any questions on the report?
We have no questions.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Councillor Gazzola. This is on item number 10, and yes. So we are going to actually, this item is going to be in conjunction with consent item number 1, which is the Region of Waterloo and City of Waterloo drinking water summary report as well, Angela. Just so you have a context of what it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I really would like to know what this is all about. If we could have, I've tried to read, but I'm not sure that I totally understand what you're reporting on, what number 1 was, what was that? We're waiting. We have to hear from the City of Waterloo. Why do we have to hear from the City of Waterloo?
Through the chair, there's a regulation that states when you receive water from another person, so in our case from the region, they have to give you a report giving you all the information regarding that system. And for the City of Waterloo, there's a small area in Falcon Ridge where the City of Kitchener receives their water from the City of Waterloo via the region, and that's why we receive a report from them as well. In addition, our report we send to the City of Waterloo because there's an area on Iron Needles where we send them water, and we send them to Woolwich as well.
Okay, but it seems like an awful lot of paperwork here. What are we accomplishing with all of this? Do we have any problems?
Through the chair, on the report from the Region of Waterloo and the City of Waterloo, no, I don't believe we have any issues. It's a regulatory requirement to ensure that everyone is aware of their drinking water. We've brought this forward for a number of years, and it's just information. The information's available on the website. It's just being transparent with the testing results, the similar reason why we take the City of Kitchener report to Council.
Well, somewhere on 10.2, I read targets were not met. I read that someplace. What does that mean? That doesn't sound good when targets are not met.
Through the chair, I apologize. There's 2 different reports here. The one I thought you were talking about was the City of Waterloo and the Region of Waterloo report.
No, I've jumped over to 10 now. Sorry.
Okay. So the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Report, there's a regulation to make the owner aware of everything. And there's certain categories that are outlined in the report that I need to report to top management on, and they need to come to council. So yes, one of those things is operationally, some of our operational programs, our maintenance programs, we did not meet some of our targets for water valve turning. Specifically, one of the reasons for that is winter happened very suddenly this year, and a lot of our maintenance that may have happened in November, December, even this time of year, has not occurred. We need a little bit of assistance with City Works to make things a little bit better.
Well, I appreciate that, but what does that mean? You missed your target. Was there any consequence of that? Can I still trust my drinking water? Or what does that mean?
Through the chair, yes, you can trust your drinking water. Something like that means on an operational level, we need to go back and dig deeper into why we missed that target and also do things differently to meet that target next time. For example, that valve turning doesn't have a regulatory requirement. Nobody says you have to turn your valves every 3 years, but there's some things in the report where you do have a regulatory requirement.
See, this is what I'm trying to understand. You know, another place I read that 17% of the water mains scored 50 or below. Now, I don't know, I just said, well, 100 is always a good score. 50 or below isn't a good score, but is it, what are we basing it on, or what is it all about?
Through the chair, that came out of the asset management report that Hans brought forward, I believe it was late in the fall, and yeah, a score of 50 is not great. It just shows that we have an aging infrastructure system. We have our 10-year accelerated infrastructure program for replacement, but it's flagging that after that 10 years, we still have water mains that need to be replaced.
Okay, so it is out of 100. I was right to assume that it's out of 100. Mm-hmm. Like it's not out of 55. It would be great. Okay. On 10, 16, and 7, I was looking at the water we receive, that we pay for, and the water we sell. Why do we sell everything we receive? Why should there be any discrepancy?
Through the chair, the Ministry of Environment targets about a 10% unaccounted for water loss. Now, it's not necessarily a loss, it could be unaccounted for water. So there's some things that you would not charge for that you would use, for example, our dead end main flushing program. The fire department uses water to test hydrants, and the system is not leak tight. We have water main breaks, we have leaks that we haven't yet developed, or we haven't not yet found, we don't know where they are. So a 10% leakage rate is what we aim for, and it's what we have.
Okay, so that as long as it's within 10%, we don't seem to care about it, right? Is that what?
Through the chair, we care about it. We do things like a leak detection program every year. We always try to minimize our leaks. We try to account for our water, even if we don't charge new development, commissioning water mains. That would be water that is used that we don't charge for. So we're always keeping an eye on water that we don't charge for. It's just, it might not be a leak. It may be just unaccounted for. That's why we report on it, to keep an eye on it over time.
On page 1018, there was a big dip in 2011. What happened there?
Through the chair.
Why don't we do more of that every year?
I wish we could. We've dug around this trying to figure out what happened. We were pretty sure it was an anomaly, since our values were always around 10%. We don't know exactly what happened there.
Is that the year we ran into a problem where we had more money than we thought from the region? Okay, that's all right. That's fine.
Through the chair, that is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. That's it. Sorry, Angela, there's still one more question.
Sorry, I thought there was another question ahead of me. Just quickly on 1017, I apologize for missing some of your presentation. And that talks about water consumption is generally decreasing. That's a good news story in terms of our source water protection and our aquifers not being drained. But it's not a good news story in terms of what our revenues are. Is that how I understand that?
Through the chair, correct. It's a good news story in that we are not going to be looking at supplies from the Great Lakes anytime soon. That was something that was in the last regional master plan and something that's been pulled out based on consumption decrease. So just to give you an idea, we used to use 240 cubic meters per year. Now consumption's down to about 204 cubic meters per year. And there are certain things there's certain fees that we need to pay whether or not people use the water. So that's true that in the report I mentioned we will be looking at perhaps a different funding strategy for the water rates, a fixed rate or something of the like. And other municipalities are facing this too, where they've implemented the water conservation bylaws and they've been very successful, like you said, and then it causes other issues.
Right. Okay. I mean, my understanding is that, globally we're still great water wasters, and understanding that we need the revenue. I'll be interested to see how we deal with that, because it's not a one-off anymore. This is the reality. So okay, thanks.
Thanks, Angela. Last item on the agenda, item number 11. What's that? Oh, and the consent item. Okay. We are going to move on item number 1 of the consent items. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried, Colin. Last item number 11, the affiliated community groups status for Rock Revival and a variety of show committee. And we have Ms. Bramante and Mr. Kay. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Greg Kay, and our recommendation is that Council approves the Rock Revival and Variety Show Committee as an affiliated group within the City of Kitchener, and further that the Council approves the addition of same as an insured group with the City of Kitchener's third-party liability insurance program. Are there any questions surrounding the report?
Councillor Verbanovich?
Well, not questions, actually. I want to move the recommendation and
okay.
Make some comments.
Okay. We'll put you back in there. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just wonder why this is here now. How long is this, your program has been going on for 25 years or so?
We've just finished our 24th year.
Yeah, what's happened in the past? Why all of a sudden now are you here?
Yeah, the show has evolved quite a bit in the last few years. There has been more genres. There's been not just rock and roll, but Broadway and rap and country and all these different things have been coming into play. There's been a higher degree of choreography, and the production of the show has been stepping up year after year. The bottom line is we've gone from 8 weekly rehearsals to something like 50 rehearsals, taking advantage of downtown community centers with weeknight rehearsals for the really avid groups. And this is where we believe the risk has grown a bit further. Also, I can't attest 23 years ago, but I would guess that probably a majority of the participants were City of Kitchener participants. And now it's probably 1/3 of the cast members are City of Kitchener, and the rest are friends and family. So we want to just recognize that we have additional risk and would like to be covered as such.
So I'm not clear on what the risks are that we're dealing with here.
Risks to the city facilities, the rooms that we rehearse in at the downtown community centers. We do make use of a city projector on rehearsal night and show night. And then we also are looking at risks to ourselves in case there's any injury or anything that should go astray.
I have a question of staff also. Does this add any cost to the city?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, no.
No forever or no at this time?
No forever. It wouldn't impact any of the drivers of the cost of the levy allocation, so there is no impact to our allocation from the pool.
It doesn't increase our risk for insurance purposes?
Not our insured property values, equipment costs, that sort of thing. So again, the drivers of the premium allocation are not impacted by this.
It's a free lunch.
Basically, it's minimal risk to the corporation within the context of the insurance policy. It's a significant cost for the group if they're to obtain private insurance separately.
Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovich?
Well, thanks, and I'll move the recommendation, and in doing so, I want to begin by thanking Vicki and Greg, who have been the leadership of the group that has put on Rock Revival for the past number of years, and they have put in literally hundreds of, if not thousands of hours over that time, keeping this event going forward. And making it a huge success, as it was again a couple weeks ago, with another packed room at Elements and lots of great acts. Want to acknowledge a couple of our colleagues who were in it this year. I didn't perform personally, but Councillor Glenn Graham was in a number of items, as was Councillor Galloway Seelock, and did an outstanding job yet again. Hopefully one day we'll see more members of council participating in it. I think just from a historical perspective, one little correction in the report on behalf of my former co-workers in IT. It was actually HR and IT that helped get this going back at the time 24 years ago, and it's pretty exciting to know that next year it'll be hitting its 25th anniversary, which is awesome. And the best part is, at least in recent years, the early years, it was the proceeds went to the food bank, and then at some point it was switched over to the Children's Wish Foundation. And hearing Ann Beam, another former city staff person, every year talk about the kids that get the wishes from Children's Wish, I mean, it's hard not to get a little teary-eyed hearing those stories. And she does such an amazing job with her volunteers with it. So I think this is a very reasonable thing to be doing.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, a question in regard to the third-party liability. In terms of your location for your rehearsals, and wherever you have the events, have they been asked for insurance coverage? Is that what causes this?
Yes.
And how have you paid it in the past?
Well, we've been told that it would be something like $54 per rehearsal to have adequate insurance coverage.
$54 per person?
No, $54 per event, so per rehearsal.
Oh,
so
I
times
see.
50 would be in the order of $2,500.
Okay. And that would be covered from your admission charges that you collect, basically?
That would cut into that, yes.
That would cut into that. Okay. All right, I appreciate that. And just further to Councillor Verbanovich's comments, I too was involved in the early days of Upper 59 Productions, and 59 being the address of 59 Frederick Street, where the HR department was. That's how the name came about. And I haven't attended some of these in recent years, just conflict in terms of being absent sort of thing. But yeah, I'm prepared to support this.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify. I think what's changed here is that the insurers have recognized that this is no longer just a city staff event. For a long time, it was viewed as an event of city staff. When staff use a city facility for a city-related event, obviously the city's insurance does cover that. But increasingly, it's been recognized that there's a larger group involved here. So they've not paid insurance costs yet, but they're at the point now where if it's not covered under the affiliation agreement, we would obligate them to secure their own insurance.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great event. Thank you. That concludes